Hello, hello. How is everyone? How are my peeps? How are my nuclears? We are here. We are here. Um, I realized after I made my topic here that many people, knowing my fans, and knowing where the extreme depths of the fandom goes, when I talked about John's baby swap, many people were probably assuming I was talking about John and Danny or Aegon or someone being swapped at the Tower of Joy or at Starfall or something like that. No, I was talking about John's baby swap of Aemon Steelsong and Monster. But this is what we're going to be talking about tonight. We're going to be talking about the swap of Steel Song and Monster. Last week, the topic was the evil deeds of Jon Snow, and a lot of people were pretty upset with me that I did not point out what they perceived as Jon's most evil act, the swapping of the babies. Um, and looking over it again and researching it again, yeah, no, that's I should have totally included it last week. What a horrible action. What a horrible thing. Now, I don't mean it in the sense that like John's intentions are fine. Like John wants to save people's lives, but he's he's an absolute idiot. He's an absolute idiot, and there's a lot of reasons for him being an idiot. But uh, taking it back, if somebody doesn't know what we're talking about, because this plot was not in the show and it doesn't play a significant role in A Dance with Dragons at all. It's something that's kind of brought up at the beginning. It happens at the beginning of the book, and it's promptly forgotten by all of the characters. And even if you're worried about it, like what's going on chronologically, the stuff that's happening with Sam and the baby swap, like that happens like in A Feast for Crows. And even if it's chronologically later, it's out of mind because we're reading the books Feast for Crows, A Dance with Dragons. So the so what's going on here? Well, if you guys remember at the beginning of A Dance with Dragons, Jon Snow is worrying that Stannis Baratheon is going to burn Mance Rayder's son, Aemon Steelsong. And Aemon Steelsong is a name that Sam and Gilly give the baby later. But even though it's ill luck to do so. So John, and the reason John is worried about this is that one random Queen's man, we have no idea who, but some random Queen's man was getting stitched up by Aemon and kind of just says, "Oh yeah, two kings to wake the dragons," and then he proceeds to, talk about then based on this random Queen's man that we don't know, who Aemon was cleaning his wounds or stitching him up. Aemon is convinced that that Stannis wants to burn Mance and Aemon Steelsong, Mance's son, and those two, and that'll wake dragons from stone. And so John takes Aemon's words to heart and decides that he wants to do a baby swap and then he brings Gilly in and says, "Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to strip your baby from you. I'm going to give you Mance's baby, and you can be on your way. And your own son, And she's like, "Doesn't that mean she's going to burn my baby?" And he's like, "No, because your baby doesn't have any king's blood." And then he sends Gilly off secretly with Sam to go to Old Town. Now, good intention, but let's go through how John's plan is idiotic. It's just fucking idiotic. Now, don't get me wrong. John should be worried that Stannis is going to be burning people. I do not get me wrong. Stannis literally burns Sam's grandfather before he leaves Dragonstone, and they get to the wall. No one seems to know it's Sam's grandfather, but it's Sam's grandfather. And really, I think it was kind of a screw up in that. I mean, George R. R. Martin knew this, which is what he has it in a Sam chapter where people are talking about Sam's grandfather getting burned. But they don't name him so that Sam doesn't know that it's Grandpa. And he's just like, whoa, they burned a dude. Yeah, they burned Grandpa, Sam, And had they burned Grandpa and had Jon known they burned Sam's grandfather, I think it probably would have added to Jon's panic about everything. Because that's the thing, is people bring up the idea, is he okay with the other baby being burned? And this is how silly the whole thing. And I'm going to have to bring up Dance here. So I've got Dance here. So let's go through it real quick. Oops. So this is how he gets the news. And the news is, it's based on this really weird piece of hearsay. Burning dead children had ceased to trouble Jon Snow. Live ones was another matter. 2 kings to wake the dragon, the father first and then the son, so both die kings. The words had been murmured by one of the queen's men as Maester Aemon had cleaned his wound. Jon had tried to dismiss them as fever talking. Aemon had demurred. There is power in a king's blood, the old Maester had warned. And better men than Stannis have done worse things than this. The king can be harsh and unforgiving, aye, but a babe still on the breast. Only a monster would give a living child to the flames. Now, not that Stannis isn't the type of person to burn babies. He is. He doesn't, but Stannis actually, this is not actually Stannis' plan at all. We later find out that he doesn't even burn Mance. He burns Rattleshirt. He has other plans with Mance. He totally does not want to burn. He does not actually care about the baby. Stannis does not care about the baby at all, that we can tell. We bring it up. He brings it up later. He says, the baby is brought up once to Stannis by Jon. He says, your grace is mistaken. You know nothing. The babe let's bring it back. He says, what do you intend to do? He says, I mean to burn him. And the North will see how I deal with turncloaks and traitors. I have the other men to lead the wildlings. And I have Raider's son, don't forget. Once the father dies, his whelp will be the king beyond the wall. So if this, scares Jon, this makes Jon think that he's really going through with this burning king's plan. Your grace is mistaken. The babe is no more prince than Vala's princess. You do not become king beyond the wall because of who your father was. And he says, good. I will suffer no other kings in Westeros. Have you signed the grant? And that's the end of it. Now, Jon is scared of this, of Aemon Steelsong getting burned. But at this point, he could have said, well, Stannis, it's really weird to have children here at the wall, like babies. Can we at least move them to Eastwatch or get them to safety someplace in the south? Send them to a foundling fostering care of the faith or something like that. And Jon never does that. He never asks Stannis, can I have the baby? Now, Stannis may have said, sure, why not? Like, this was the time to do it. He says, good, I will suffer no other kings in Westeros. Jon could have said, great, let's move the baby. We shouldn't have babies here at the wall. Let's be honest. And then Stannis would be like, well, I want to keep him. Why? Well, then he's admitting that he wants to burn babies. So Jon could have just asked Stannis. I think that was worth a shot. But maybe for the sake of argument, Jon doesn't want to reveal to Stannis his plan, that he thinks that once he says, hey, can I have the baby? Stannis will be like, uh-oh, extra guards around that baby, or something. Like maybe that's what's in Jon's head. But then he gets this baby swap idea, and this is pretty bone brained. Is he says to Gilly, the babe, we never broke no oath. He sleeps and sucks. He hasn't done any harm to no one. Don't let her burn him. Save him, please. Okay, so Gilly's heard about this rumor too. And Jon says, only you can do that, Gilly. No, please. Refuse and the boy will burn. Not on the morrow, nor the day after, but soon, whenever Melisandre needs to wake dragons and raise wind or work some spells requiring king's blood. Mance will be ash and bone by then, so she will claim his son for the fire. Now, this is not their plan, because we know the plan is not to kill Mance, so the boy is not going to be a king. And Stannis will not deny her. If you do not take the boy away, she will burn him. I always found this actually kind of weird as well, because they want to burn Edric Storm because he has king's blood. But him being a king is not necessary. Him being the son of a king is the only thing that's necessary. So like having Mance die first to make Aemon a king is a weird thing. Like he doesn't need to be king if we're using the Edric Storm logic, but whatever, neither here nor there. But then she says they're gonna burn my boy. Hold on. They're both strong. I'll make it done with the books. They're strong. Is it Mance? The babe. She says, oh, I've got to find it. Because she's upset that they're going to burn Monster. And this is what's really weird. He says, what is it? He says like Sam would like that, teaching him to read or something like that. He says he's Here it is. I'll go. She says, I'll take both of them, Dalla's boy and mine. Jon closes his fingers. Take both boys and the Queen's men will ride after you and drag you back. So he doesn't think they can make it to Eastwatch fast enough before they'll get the baby. The boy will still burn, and you with him. You'll take one boy, and that one's Dalla. Mother can't leave his son, please. We saved him from the cold. Yes. Fire is a cruel way to die. This is the big thing. They'll burn my babe then, the Red Woman. If she can't have Dalla's, she'll burn mine. And this is the where Jon's logic kind of falls apart. Because he says, your son has no king's blood. Melisandre gains nothing by giving him to the fire. Stannis wants the free folk to fight for him. He will not burn an innocent without good cause. But this means that he needs to reveal, like once the babe is gone, that they did a baby swap. In order for Monster to be safe, he needs to, once they're gone and they've made it to Eastwatch and they're off on the ship, reveal to everyone that Monster is actually Gilly's. But he doesn't do that. In fact, the rest of the story doesn't even make sense. Your boy will be safe. I will find a wet nurse for him, and he'll be raised here at Castle Black under my protection. He'll learn to hunt and ride, fight with a sword. I'll even see he's taught to read. Sam would like that. And when he's old enough, he will learn the truth of who he is. He'll be free to seek you out. So they're not gonna tell anybody that, like, that he's Gilly's. Like, what do they mean? Like, when he's old enough, he'll learn the truth of who he is. Like, why wouldn't that be revealed to him the minute they're gone? Like, why would he be keeping it a secret for years? Like, he's supposed to be keeping this a secret for freaking years by the time he's old enough to read. So he's like 6 or 7, learning to hunt and ride. He's planning on like keeping this secret for all of these years for some reason. But like in those years, Melisandre can burn the baby. This is where I'm just like, my mind breaks here. I'm like, what's the point of keeping the secret after they're on the ship at Eastwatch? Maybe someone has a good answer for that. But that's the thing that's, I guess, the most like incompetent, evil thing is that he doesn't tell anybody. The minute Gilly and Sam get on that ship at Eastwatch, he should tell everyone, hey, Monster is Gilly's son. And that immediately makes that baby safe. No one should want it. Because what happens if anything happens to Jon, which of course something does happen to Jon. Something does happen to Jon. Or if Mel wants it at any time before that, like Gilly's baby is in trouble. The minute it was on the ship, he should have announced to everybody, hey, this is Gilly's son, which would make him instantly safe. But he doesn't. And it's not like he doesn't do other things that would totally piss off Stannis, like letting Val go north of the wall and stuff. Like, he just forgets about the baby and like leaves that baby in danger for no reason. I don't know what advantage he gets by keeping that secret once the baby is on the ship. And if he's really worried about like the Queen's men coming after them and things like that and dragging them back, I mean, he could have introduced other wildling babies. He could have there's other ways to sneak off this baby. And where they would just have no idea what baby it was, I mean, maybe Stannis and Mel would be the type to just take everybody's babies, because there's all sorts of babies around. There's wildlings down at Molestown. There's sex workers with babies down at Molestown. You can totally swap babies around and get those babies away. This idea that he has to strip the baby from Gilly is kind of ridiculous. So at some point you're like, okay, I understand that Jon's intention and his meaning is like good intention. He wants to save lives, but at the same time, he's so strange and incompetent. Like, why is he keeping this a secret? Now, I will say there is kind of a reason why the baby swap is such a weird, incoherent story. And that is because early drafts of A Dance with Dragons have the waking of the stone dragons and the burning of the babes and things like that being a more significant, having a more significant role. Like the Night Fort has a more significant role, and the waking of stone dragons has a more significant role. And George cut all that out, and essentially just kept the baby swap, and then kind of everybody moves on. Everybody moves on from the waking stone dragons stuff. I mean, until we hear about, I guess, Shireen, this potential plot in the future. But that's a large reason. Like, originally the plot, like Jon's story wasn't supposed to be 13 chapters plus Mel. Like, it wasn't supposed to be 14 chapters. It was probably going to be something like 6 or 7 in its original form. You had Stannis at the wall, and then Tormund was going to arrive really quick. So you didn't have all this like middle story of Alice Karstark and finding giants in the weirwood grove and and Tychonosaurus and all this stuff. You weren't going to have that middle portion of the Jon story. And so it would have gone straight from the Waking Jon, like Stannis's plan, which included more about the Night's Fort and Waking Stone Dragons, then going in and then Jon dying, like right after that. So that later, when whatever plots they're getting into with burning Shireen, it's more immediate. But as it is, it's kind of a big mess up where Jon is Jon has this really just harebrained plan to where he feels like he needs to. There's only one baby around, and that's Gilly's baby. Let's swap it out and put it in danger, but then never try to save it. Like never put it out of danger when he could have easily put it out of danger. Anyway, I mean, if anybody is like thinks I'm missing something there, but I do think it's people are right in the sense that Jon does an incredibly immoral act with good intention, but it doesn't really make any sense on like why he would be keeping everything a secret. Okay. Let's see. See, yeah, I think a lot of people thought I was going to talk about Jon being swapped at will we see more of Bellerophon again? Yes, absolutely. What he's talking about is in the fanfic we had an elephant um, that Aegon rode in on called Balerion the Black Dread, but an elephant. And yeah, these elephants, um, so I mean, for those that aren't familiar with the fanfic, like the big part of the Jon Con plot is that there's like Jon Con lands and half of the Golden Company is missing, and the elephants are missing. And so you kind of get this idea that Jon Con is heading into battle at Storm's End, unprepared, and what is he going to do? How is he going to win this? He's got this ragtag group there, but the idea is that no, somewhere he's got a half of his army and a bunch of elephants, and they're gonna make a difference. And so in the fanfic, we did do that. We had the other army coming in from the east with the elephants and surprising the army that was the Red Ronnet horsemen, and knock them off the cliffs of Storm's End. And that's how they win. And that we have Aegon triumphantly riding in on Balerion the Black Dread, the elephant, with holding Blackfire, and so that we have this moment in the fanfic. And so will that elephant? Yeah, that elephant's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. I think we even had one of the dragon saddles on wrapped around him. We brought in a previous version of A Dance with Dragons had a mention that the Blackfires had 3 treasures and that so we made one of them Blackfire being one of them, but the other one, another one being like why not a dragon saddle? That sounds like a good treasure, so we had one of the dragon saddles like on top of the elephant. So it must have been hard for Ned to swap the babies while he was pregnant with Jon. Yes. What's your headcanon map of Castle Black? I think I'm gonna do maybe a call for maps. Like I want to do maps for the fanfic. Not too many, but I think like a map of Castle Black might be useful. And so I do have a fan made map of Castle Black, a rough one. I'm gonna double check it all. It's very good, but I want to double check it, even though I already did the Mel chapter based on it. And I might have whoever's a good artist to do a nice little sketch up of it. Jeez, who on earth would like Nick Fuentes? No one likes Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes' parents don't like Nick Fuentes. Nobody likes Nick Fuentes. Jesus. Um, any tattoos? Also, I'm serious. Shadrick is Howland Reed. No, I don't. Keep in mind, I'm from Baltimore. It's a very ink town. All of my friends in high school are covered in sleeves of tattoos, but I never got any. My mother would have killed me. Um, my idea at the time, I was like 17. I'd be like, what if I get like a barcode transitioning into a DNA double helix? Um, but no, I never got any. I once had my nipple pierced, but I've never had any tattoos. Um, Sweet Sun Ray has a great essay for A Song of Ice and Fire, but his Shattuck his Howland Reed essay has me fully convinced. Um, Shadrick as Howland Reed. Just trying to think of like what would be the. I mean, just because they're both short, is that it? Um, I cannot imagine I mean, convincing Shadrick is Howland Reed. Um, let's see. Shadrick, Morgoth, and what are we gonna have here? Um, the case for Howland Reed. Okay, he's small. Okay, I'm going through this blog right now. Here, I'll put this on. Um, okay, I mean, this is all just like, yeah, like that's fine. You're small. Um, Howland Reed cannot compete because it's further north of Howland Reed's loyalties. Both are typical. Both are well traveled. I mean, that's not much. I mean, they're going to attorney, I suppose, and Howland Reed once went to attorney. Breathing mud ability. Okay, Shattuck's werewood color sigil. He's not a tourney knight, and okay, I am no tourney knight. That's a mouse with wings would be a silly sight. A silly sight. Um, wolf with bat wings. How the went and lost and stuff. Sir Shadrick's shield is a direct reference to the old gods Werewood and the Harrenhal tourney in the Night of the Laughing Tree. Um, Children forced discarded of squirrels by the giants. Squirrel's not a mouse. Arya was called a squirrel. Squirrel's not a mouse. A flying mouse is the idea that a flying mouse is a squirrel because of flying squirrels. Mouse is not a squirrel. Like squirrels are huge. Mice are tiny. Mouse is not a squirrel. Um, Fly through the trees. I would never think a mouse is a squirrel. Like I'd never be like, oh well, squirrel, mouse, close enough. No, like no, no, no. We're going on this idea that that a flying mouse is a flying squirrel, and a squirrel is is associated with a Idrisil, and that Bran was called a squirrel because he can go up a tree. No, no, mouse is not a squirrel. No. Like so the method being used here is this like deep long talk about something that's just until you sort of like just it until you just kind of accept it and you just get tired. Like this is gish gallop is what it is. Like you're just like you're so tired of being like, oh god, no, like well, it's just a lot of information where none of it is actually very strong. And we know nothing about like Shadrick. Um, no, I can't accept it. Like this push of a flying mouse being a squirrel is that's I'm out on that. That's just like it's not that is not that's not there. Um, Not to mention, like, how do you start explaining stuff like Shadrick was hired by Varys, all sorts of stuff. Like, why would he be tracking and wanting Sansa? Like, Howland Reed has done fuck all. Like, Howland Reed just it's just like holding his dick for years. Like, Rob requested his aid in the war, and he gave nothing. He gave nobody. He sent his kids up to Bran. Like him himself personally going out and posing as a as a hedge knight and randomly running into Brienne for no reason and then following her like um to the gates of the moon to try to find or no actually he doesn't follow Brienne but then making it to the gates of the moon to because he's interested in Sansa. Like it just doesn't fit. Like doesn't fit at all. Him just randomly running into Brienne. And if he is trying to hide himself, and why is he giving all these clues about a flying fucking mouse on his goddamn shield? Flying mouse is not a squirrel. I'm sorry. That's just no. Um, in Sansa 1, an elderly knight with silver griffins as heraldry takes part in Joffrey's tourney. Any plans for him in the fanfic know who he is. I hadn't thought about him, but that's the type of thing that might bring back. There's a few of these like random characters where you hear about some random sigil and you have no idea who it is. But yeah, you never know. Silver Griffin Knight. No, I haven't thought about who he is. I mean, maybe when we get to, we're not that far away from starting a Clash of Kings when I finish going over a Game of Thrones. So you never know. But I have not thought about the Silver Griffin Knight. There's a few of these. Silver Griffin Sigil, Ice and Fire. Elderly knight whose mount was bedecked with silver griffins against a striped blue and white shield. Yeah, it's just might as well. Might throw him in. You never know. Because you know what So I'm eventually going to have Cersei like flee King's Landing, and she's going to need protection and a to go with her. So I could see this knight being part of her entourage that tries to get her to Casterly Rock. Um, the Silver Griffin Knight. Figure out who he is. Why he didn't go out with Jamie to Riverrun, I don't know. Old knight, huh? Okay, I'll try to include the Silver Griffin Knight. Um, Tywin could have forced one of his bannermen or distant cousin to provide a wife for Tyrion. Yeah, so let's be honest. On this, George is really contradictory. On because let's be honest. Like Tyrion is Tyrion not only is I mean just by itself he's a wealthy lord. Okay, he's a wealthy lord, and he's technically the heir to Casterly Rock. I understand that that Tywin doesn't want him to be heir and continues to call Jamie heir to Casterly Rock. You know, I get it, but when Tywin dies, um, and there would be a fight, like would Cersei get it? Would would Tyrion get it? Would Kevin get it? These sorts of like questions. Um, it all like right there, the potential, the claim, like you put down a claim, like the claim to Casterly Rock is incredibly strong for Tyrion. Even without it, he is a very, very wealthy man. Okay, he's part of an incredibly wealthy house. Of fucking course, there would be a million lords who would be like, "Oh, my fifth daughter needs a husband." Like, you know, there's a million lords that would be willing to have their daughter marry Tyrion. That's ridiculous. It's. I mean, you can look at Brienne. I mean, Hyle Hunt is straight on that train. He's like, woohoo! I do not. You're hideous to look at. Do not care. Do not care. Like this is. I mean, in our world, would there not be? Have you seen Bill Belichick's girlfriend? Like, um, people will. A lot of people just do not care about looks. They just do not care about looks. There's a I was like trying to find famous little people, and I was like Warwick Davis because there's an episode of Extra or something where Warwick Davis, like, this is the guy that played Wicket and Willow and stuff like that. Like in that he has like a regular, very pretty girlfriend, a big person girlfriend, and like the people around it, like just they can't deal with it. But in real life, Warwick Davis is married to another little person, so I guess it doesn't matter. But there's lots of people that would be willing to marry. That would be. So I don't know. It could be that Tywin is just doesn't want Tyrion to be happy. That's likely, or he just wants he wants a good house to marry into, so all of a sudden, like, no good house, like Tywin's demands are not realistic. Like, he might be that, like, on the one hand he wants like a really good house to marry Tyrion, but a really good house isn't willing to. But there'd be I mean, there aren't a million, but there'd be hundreds of small houses with a freaking third or fourth daughter that they'll be willing to marry Tyrion, especially one that's like got damage of her own, like say she's barren, or she's missing a hand or something. It's all a bit silly. It's all a bit silly. Um, it would not be an issue or a problem. Uh, um, will we get a real king sacrifice to reform magic? Seems like the logical conclusion of the focus on king's blood. Would be ironic if it were Stannis. Yeah, that would be ironic. I think some people would argue that it's already happened, with Khal Drogo, um, and that was part of the hatching of the dragon eggs. I mean, this is the whole thing, right? Like you're awakening the dragons from stone. So we have one king and then another, right? So we have the burning of Khal Drogo and the sacrifice of Rhaego. Though we don't know what happens to Rhaego's corpse. Like Rhaego's corpse was not. I mean, even though is Rhaego even? George wrote it so that it's open, but like if he really wanted Rhaego to be alive, it's pretty easy to have Rhaego be alive, considering that Dany didn't even observe the child or look at the corpse at any point. We hear about it secondhand from Jorah. Like the baby, like Dany's baby could easily be alive if George wanted Dany's baby to be alive. I mean, but I don't know what happened. I don't think Dany put the baby corpse on the pyre. I don't know no one knows what happened to the baby corpse. What happened to Rhaego? We don't know what happened to fucking Viserys' corpse either. This is why we brought his skull back in the fanfic. Like, what happened to Viserys? What happened to his body? You didn't burn it? Did you burn it? Did you bury it? What did you do? What did you do with it? You toss it in a ditch? Like, what'd you do? It's covered in gold. Like, really, like what did you do with it? But it does seem like a logical conclusion. Everyone talking about all of these like sacrifices, but I think that if there is power in burning kings, it's power resides where people think it resides. If everybody thinks it's a king and everybody thinks it's really powerful, there might be more mental energy about it or something, and then you're capable of doing things. But I think that at story's beginning we already had that. Not to mention, I'm trying to think, like Dunk and Egg. I mean, Aegon is a sacrifice by fire where you burn all of this fucking king's blood and fucking nothing happened. Nothing happened. Just burned up the whole royal family and nothing happened. Couldn't even get the eggs to hatch. On that one. Oh well. I'm trying to think of anybody else. I mean, you could argue Balon was given to the drowned gods because he fell off the bridge. So you could argue that was a sacrifice. Trying to think anybody else. Rob's body was thrown in the river. I guess you could argue that was also a sacrifice to the drowned god. I don't know. Viserys is, I don't know, just gold. Trying to think of another king at Renly. No, he's just slashed up. So, but it would be ironic if it's Stannis in the end. I think the George original plan was the irony that everybody's thinking that it's going to be Mance's kid, and that's the king's blood, and then it turns out to be Shireen. And you're like, oh gosh, the big it's his the whole time, that kind of thing. So, everyone forgets that Jon is 16. That's true. Jon is 16 and he is fucking stupid. Only you can prevent baby fires. Why not burn Karstark? I mean, the thing is, shouldn't they all have king's blood? They were all kings, right? At one time. John's got king's blood. Sam has king's blood. Dolorous Ed is gonna have king's blood. How much? Like everybody's gotta fucking throw a rock. You've got somebody with king's blood. Um, any plans for the Sistermen in the future of the story? Godric Burrell is my glub is my glub shido. This is the random Star Wars character that comes back. I mean, certainly the three Sunderly brothers are playing a big role in the sense that two of them made it was yeah two of them made it as winged knights. Um, because I felt that was pretty. I mean, the Davos chapter sets up the fact that these knights have been training to be internees, and then they arrive at the tourney in the Elaine chapter. And so I think it was pretty set up that like, oh my gosh, everybody's going to think these people are bad at jousting and they're going to fucking rock at jousting and they're going to secure a spot and it's going to screw up Littlefinger's plans. And which is what we had happen in the Elaine 2 like fanfic chapter. But yeah, but the rest of them, yes, I think, I mean, one of the things that's important to remember is that the Sistermen were Blackfire supporters. And that is going to come into play when you've got now these Sistermen being part of the Winged Knight crew. That's going to come back. But yes, that's the plan. That the Sistermen and maybe the Lords will come back too in their armies and their ships and whatever. But the idea is that that them being Blackfires, the Sistermen being Blackfires is not a lost idea, and there's a reason why the Sunderly brothers like play such a big role in the fanfic and make it onto the Winged Knights. But yeah, can Fagon logistically fight the Tyrells? Try to think about that. I mean, it all depends on who you think is, Tyrell specific. Like, do the Tyrells have a fucking huge army? They do. They got two huge armies. One at King's Landing and the other west at the Shields, and each tens of thousands, somewhere between 10,000 and 20,000 each, right? So yeah, that's a huge amount. And the Golden Company is only 10,000. But the idea is that has always been that they land, they have a huge victory at Storm's End, and then people are like, fuck, this is it. We can join. And this number of 10,000 or just having a small start was well established with Viserys all the way back in Game of Thrones. That he could use his dragon eggs to buy just a few sellswords, just a few thousand sellswords, and that's all he would need. That was his plan. That he just needed, he wanted 40,000, 50,000 Dothraki screamers, whatever, but he could probably still do it with only 10, 15,000. I think he even says, what's the number he says? He says something it would be enough. He says 10,000, that would be enough. I could sweep the Seven Kingdoms with 10,000 Dothraki screamers. That number 10,000 has always been like hitting us in the story. That you only need 10,000. The Golden Company is 10,000. That's all they need is 10,000 because everyone's gonna rise up, And so, yeah, could he logistically fight the Tyrells? Absolutely. He lands, and then people say, "Oh, this guy's gonna win," and it's time to jump on the Aegon train, and they all just turn. So, and we do see that even when he's going through, when Jon Con lands in in the Stormlands, like people start joining him. They're like, "Fuck it, this looks like a good thing." Like his army is growing, and so yeah, that no, it's that's the big thing. Is even if you're talking numbers, like oh, numbers wise, could he win? Well, no, not right now. But the idea is that people would rise up. People would start leaving the Tyrell army or having other forces and stuff like that. That the um, so absolutely. And you know, we're supposed to think, oh, Viserys is an idiot, 10,000. But then no, like everyone keeps talking about like this is all we need. This is all we need. Um, I mean, Stannis tried to take the kingdom with less. You know, like you know, all Stannis's whole plan was take King's Landing, done. Like that was his whole fucking plan. Like, you know, that's all you need. Apparently you don't need very much. You just need to have that first big battle and then everyone jumps on the train. Jon is doing what to Monster what Ned did to him. So true. So true. He wants to perpetuate his own Dany issues. Oh, yeah. This is Ned's plan. I guess, but there's just, you know, I mean, is Jon really thinking that, like, Stannis is going to win the whole war and therefore we really need to keep the secret a long time? But where, but as long as he thinks a baby is in his possession, he's going to burn a baby. Like he's doing one thing to protect, as he's protecting Aemon Steelsong, he is endangering Monster. Every moment he protects Aemon, he endangers Monster. Like they cannot both be safe at the same time, you know. I know Sam is a stand-in for George, but is there any real reason why he's still fat? Strict diet and crap ton of walking should have had the kilos running off of him. Yeah, I mean, the reason is that he needs the character to be sad and pathetic and a failure for constantly, like, or else he loses what he is. Um, we all know that, yeah, it's just impossible. It'd be impossible for Sam. Well, first of all, I think it's already impossible for Sam to be like that. Um, in the Middle Ages to start with, like how, uh, but at that age and everything, I mean, keep in mind he's 16 years old and he's that big in the Middle Ages. Like this is before processed foods and you know sugary drinks and like super fatty fast food. Like this is. I mean, granted, yeah, he's upper class, but like still, like they just the food isn't that calorie intensive. Like, and he doesn't also. It's like not a world where we've got like computers and other things that just people sit in front of the whole day. Like, it's just not something that's even realistic for the time for even for being at Hornhill. But once he's at Castle Black, no, like he's got stuff to do, and they went on the long march, the Great Ranging, not the Long March, but the Great Ranging, which yeah, he should have lost so much weight. I'm just trying to think like how far did is this my no this is not my Beyond the Wall map. Let me think about let's look at because we can figure this out actually. Haha. Haha. I'm gonna all right, let's figure some shit out. Okay. Yeah. All right. So here is the map of Beyond the Wall. And there's the Fist of the First Men. And here's the wall. Now we know that the wall is 300 leagues long. And they make it to the Fist of the First Men and back. Which, for the sake of argument, let's say that the Fist of the First Men is okay. I mean, they're not going to walk in an exact straight line. So I'm going to say it's close enough to say that the distance to the Fist of the First Men is equivalent to the length of the wall and back again. So like Sam literally walks 2 lengths of the wall. And the wall is the wall is 300 miles long, right? Because it's 100 leagues. So like Sam literally walks 600 miles. 600 miles. All right, so and he walked 600 miles in what? This is let's look at a timeline of about how long they're gone, because they leave at the beginning of A Clash of Kings. So that's about, and they get back at the in A Storm of Swords. Let's see, because we know that they leave. They're on the march. They leave just before the comet, right? Because they see the comet. So he spends, and that's the big thing, is when he's on that march, they are on rations. It's not like he can just fucking gorge. Okay, he is on rations once they go on the Great Ranging. So okay, so let's see. We're getting, let's see. They say the comet is about February 1st, so they're leaving a little before that, but whatever. Let's say February 1st, and then we're going to go to the Battle of Castle Black. So Theon takes Winterfell. Jesus. This Great Ranging is fucking forever. It meets Rattleshirt, kills Corran. Holy shit. Oh my god. Like, going through it like this is actually insane to think how long the Great Ranging was. Because now we're talking, oh shit. Jon, now we're talking like, fuck. So the idea is that the Great Ranging there and back is about fucking 9 months. 9 months. Sam is on rations. And 9 months. And it's not 273 days. He's not actually walking that much distance, but he's only walking about 2 or 3 miles per day. on these great ranging. The great ranging is really fucking slow. I guess they chilling out for a long time in different locations, like at Craster's Keep and whatever. They chill out for a long time. But still, he spends near. It's one thing to be like, okay, fine, they're fattening him up at Castle Black, and they let him eat whatever he wants, but he's on the Great Ranging for 9 months. And then then he comes back and he gets on a ship almost immediately, and then he's on the ship for months. Like, he just does not have the opportunity to have that, like, the calorie intake. Like, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. Like, he is on the Great Ranging for. Could you imagine? Like, I've done I've done long camping trips. When I was young, I did a camping trip that was I spent about 2 months in the wilderness. Okay. And man, do you lose weight. I remember getting back, like, we were kind of up in the Northwest, like Montana and stuff. And it's actually, you're not actually allowed to cook meat because the bears would come. And so we had like textured vegetable protein, and we could eat like summer sausage and stuff. But like, I just remember like getting back and finally having meat and being like, oh my God, this is what meat tastes like. Like, you're so deprived of this high calorie kind of stuff. Like, yeah, John, he still just wanted Sam to be a complete sniveling, like, whiny bitch. But like, once you put it in, like, oh my God, you were on the Great Ranging for 9 months. No, and they were admittedly all starving, right? They were starving when they got to Craster's Keep. Sam too. They were all starving. Man. Like, first of all, by the time they got to the Fist of the First Men, he would have lost so much weight already. Like, you know how he's like, when they're leaving and he's like, I can't go any further. Oh, like, dude, there's no way. Oh my God. 9 months. 9 months. Which nipple? Over on my left one. It was kind of funny though, because I was probably like, what, 19 or something, and I remember the weird thing is, you're 19, so you spend a lot of time like not having your shirt on and stuff. And I remember like walking through my apartment in college, and like it would catch on corners and it would catch on doors. You don't realize actually how little leeway you give when you walk. You're just like actually like existing as a human being, and you're not thinking about it. Your mind knows where your body is. So when you like open doors and you go around corners, you're actually like passing within a millimeter, and you don't think about it because your body just knows where it is. But once the ring was there, I was constantly hitting it on like on walls and corners and doors and shit. And I'd be like, like, I remember that would happen all the time. It was the weirdest thing. After rereading A Song of Ice and Fire again this past summer, I think it's finally time for me to get into George R. R. Martin's other works. Any recommendations to start off with? It all depends on like what you're looking for. If you want a full novel, like Fever Dream is a very good novel. It all depends what you're looking for. Like, I usually tell people to read A Song for Leah first because it's a very good short story, but it also tells you a lot about Ice and Fire. But it all depends if you're like interested interested in just a good story, or you're interested in finding out more about Ice and Fire and recontextualizing that Ice and Fire. So like, A Song for Leah is a great choice as a short story because it makes you rethink Ice and Fire quite a bit, and it's a really good story. Sand Kings is a really good story. It also makes you rethink Ice and Fire. But like other stuff, like you could argue that. I mean, Fever Dream is very good as a novel, but you don't think about Ice and Fire that much when reading it. It doesn't have that much. There's a few little things here and there, but you don't think about Ice and Fire when you're reading it because it's so different. Um, but yeah, I think Dying of the Light is very good. I think The Glass Flower is my favorite. I think The Stone City. George has a collection called Dream Songs, and he chose pretty well on what his best stories are. I think Meat House Man is one of his best. That one Carmine actually read and was like, "Oh God, this is great," but man, that's fucked up. Um, so his Dream Songs does have a lot of is a good collection of some of his best stories. So I with Morning Comes Mistfall, but I think if you start with Fever Dream and you just want to read a book, it's a really good book. Dying of the Light is very good. You'll see a lot of Ice and Fire in that. But if you really want like your mind shifted on like Ice and Fire, I usually say Song for Leah and Seven Times Never Kill Man, Glass Flower will make you rethink Ice and Fire completely. Like your brain will be broken from then on, and you'll become just like you'll become a Westeros is a sci-fi post-apocalyptic world. After reading like um, In the House of the Worm, and I'll just put I have to let's do a little overlay here. So, oops. Let me edit this. Edit text. Song for Leah. Sand Kings. Glass Flower. Stone City. And Seven Times Never Kill Man. This Tower of Ashes is really good. Men of Greywater Station is really good. And trying to think if there's any others that I really think are oh yeah, I'd read Meat House Man because that's just such a fucking good story. And I don't know, Way of Cross and Dragon. People like that one. That's certainly one that I'll put this. These are all really good stories. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna put Bitter Blooms too. Bitter Blooms is a great story. Right? Also, if you want to read Windhaven, like if you're looking for like longer stuff, Windhaven is also that's one he wrote with Lisa Tuttle. That one's okay. That one's not as dark. It's very uplifting because he wrote it with somebody else. But I think if you read these stories, you'll be very happy. They're all really good. These are all masterful stories. Um, uh, I don't know which ones I could be missing, but this by itself is just. But he does have. If you want his novels, um, then Fever Dream is good. It's really good. As is Dying of the Light. It's not that I don't appreciate Armageddon Rag, but it's not like, even as somebody that's really into music, like and like Armageddon Rag, I read it, I'm just like, dude, George, like you don't understand that the rest of the world does not have your musical tastes and they're not gonna get this and understand this. So that's why like Armageddon Rag kind of flopped, because like it he was writing a book about his own music. Um, and there's a lot of stuff that's like, I don't know. He has a lot of stuff that it's whatever. I mean, Skin Trade is whatever. Ice Dragon is whatever. The one they just made a movie about, the Dave Batista movie, some of those are just whatevers. But each of these is really just like home runs. Yeah, home run stuff. Home run. Uh, uh. Oh, you finished rewatch of The Wire. You mentioned you knowing the Ziggy actor. Didn't think much of his performance on the rewatch until the scene of him in prison, talking to Frank after the murder. Amazing. Um, yeah, for a long time, uh, PJ was definitely typecasted, and he always kind of played the same like manic, in your face edge lord like kind of guy. He did grow. I actually think that back when he did The Wire, he was only so. But I've seen him and stuff recently, and I was like, wow, a lifetime of acting. You are now a master of your craft. You know how to do what you're doing. He's a really good actor now. So, but it's funny having have an entire acting career of you know never reaching huge fame, just always kind of being this low level actor. But I think he's very good in Generation Kill, which is a really good show, and you should watch Generation Kill, the miniseries. Like, it's so, if you have HBO, and he's actually on the cover. Like, it's amazing that like PJ got put right there. Like, there he is. Um, Generation Kill is incredible, and he's really good. He's really good in Generation Kill. So I really do appreciate it. But I did have a friend of mine when the Wire was on. I was like, I was watching it with a friend. I was like, which person do you think I knew growing up? And my friend goes, the one that's acting like this is a high school stage play. And I'm like, oh, oh. But if you see like PJ, um, man, I guess he's been in this Sinister series, but they always had him play the same roles over and over again, which is too bad because he does have more range than that. Um, mm-mm. What is he doing these days? I haven't talked to him in 10 years. Unfortunately, this is what happens. You lose touch with your friends. Who is when did he got married? he is, yeah, still doing horror movies, and um, he's in some horror movie called The Black Phone, and he was in VHS, found footage anthology. Um, yeah. Um, oh, does squirrel mean Fledermaus? Hello, Trey. How are
Hello,
you?
hello, hi.
Hey.
What's on
Um,
the screen here? This is great. I'm seeing "Song for Leah," Meat House Man. This is awesome.
I
Wait,
know, I know.
I joined a good time.
Someone asked if like what stories they should read of George's other work.
Oh my
And
god,
so this was like off the top of my head, which ones do I think are the best? And
dude.
those are the ones that I chose as like the best off the top of my head.
Let me see here. We got "Song for Leah." Great, great. It'll make you depressed.
Yeah.
Let me think. Sand King, solid. Great, great. Like, I love what George is doing with like all the cultures and civilizations developing, and then just
Yeah.
having an
Yeah.
anti-hero, crazy asshole as the
What's
as like
funny what's
the.
funny is that like I understand his message. I actually disagree with his message of Sand Kings. Like his whole message of Sand Kings was like religion had its purpose at one point in human
Hmm.
development, but we've moved beyond it. And I was like, I don't think religion ever had a point. Like I don't think,
I'm with you there. Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, like I don't
Like,
think it really did anything for us. But that's definitely his message in there. That like at some point, like religion was necessary for us to get from caveman to modernity. But now that we're in modernity, we can move beyond religion. But I'd just be like, no,
God.
we didn't need
Yeah,
to get there.
I'm with you there. There's a Glass Flower. I reread Glass Flower, and it was even better than I remember it being. Like
Yeah,
the psychic fight, like in the mindscape, and everybody's having their like true forms, and they're fighting, and
yeah,
then
and
the
the fact that
language.
it's like a big
The
surprise at the end, and like he pulls off everything. He pulls off the subversion of expectations. He pulls off like excitement and it being sad at the same time, like just and I don't know. It's just everything about it. It's a great story.
it, it is a great like, and it was beautifully written, like talking about consciousness, like where you are no longer him, and I don't know, and it's ambiguous, like whose consciousness we're even talking about. Like, is just the idea of Claire Damas like
Yeah,
his consciousness, and it's not even the real. It's not even his real. It's a good book. It's very good.
because yeah, I mean
Um,
that's the other thing to think about it. Think about because again, like George also believes that like the the idea of you um, uh, is your ghost, right? Like your stories and
yeah,
how you impacted your friends and all of this. That's your ghost. If we keep remembering old Nan, she still stays alive, like that kind of idea. But then, so in a sense, like that gets conflated with consciousness as well, because the legend of Coloronimus is a ghost in and of itself, and therefore that's consciousness too. But then the robot is fucking Claire Animas, and he's got the fucking memories. But then he's also got
the
the
guy, the
the
previous
guy,
owner of the
like
who
like
jumped in
the
there.
thing, the phenomenological state of like being is Chloronimus that gets
Yeah,
put
look
into
at the
the little girl's body or whatever. But
he forgot who he was, the cyborg said. I forgot who I was, rather. I began to think he began to think he was me. Like oh my gosh, this is the I don't know the flow of like it's amazing. Like I was like, wow, this is
yeah,
great
yeah.
stuff. So Glass Flower, great. Stone City. I'm surprised you have Stone City on here. Stone City
Just
is
on the second half of Stone City. I mean, Stone City
yeah.
ends really well because George rocks endings. But yeah, no, it's another one of those. I hate my New Jersey friends in a bar, like stories. You know, like he
Yeah.
really fucking hates people from New Jersey in a bar. Like he fucking hates them. But and like the
Like
first half of
wash
Stone City
ups.
is that. But then when he gets to the Stone City and goes underground, I think it becomes very beautiful.
Yeah. I still like there's stuff about the Stone City I still don't understand, like the shed boss showing up at the
Oh,
end. Like, what was that about? Like, is he a drug user now or something? There's yeah, so that's a good one. Seven Times Never Kill Man. It might be one of my favorite of the Thousand Worlds. It's a very good.
so
The
dark,
jumping
so
around
dark. Yeah,
perspective. Yeah.
yeah.
And just you're right that like there's layers in which you can read it too, that the visions were a trap kind of thing like that. That the and apparently George did not think that's what he was writing it apparently. That like yeah, that the pyramids themselves are the ones sending the visions and like they I don't know, it's great. That one's great. With Morning Comes Mistfall, that's a surprising one. That's a good one, but that's a good yeah, it's a good one. It's
Right.
about
I mean, it's one that it
supernatural.
doesn't have that one. Um, you're not gonna discover anything about Ice and Fire, and it's not even very sci-fi. It's just
Mm.
like, well, you know, there was some mysteries in the mist, and it was really cool that there were mysteries in the mist, and now we found out that there's no mysteries in the mist, and that sucks. You know, like okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's got Sandor and Gregor, so you know it's got the boys. It's got the
It does.
Clegane boys in it.
This Tower Ash is another depressing one.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
that one's very when George gets raw like that, it's pretty heavy stuff.
Right, which is
Uh,
like why Meat House Man is on there, where you're just like,
Meat House
oh,
Man.
that breakup really hurts you. I understand.
I'm surprised you didn't have Second Type of Loneliness on here.
Oh, I think that goes too far. Like that's actually too
Yeah.
much for me. Like,
Some of the stuff he was saying would just hit really hard for the
yeah.
time that I was reading it
Second
too.
kind of loneliness is this story about this guy on a space station out in the middle of fucking nowhere space alone, and then it's
Yeah.
just fucking him rambling about being
Yeah.
depressed and alone, and you're just like, oh my god, like
You're right that there's
George.
nothing else to it. Like at least with this Tower of Ashes has a bit of like the world of what is it, Old Poseidon or
Yeah.
Jamie or something like that. Second Type of Loneliness. There was one
Yeah, it is
line.
James. I think it's Jameson's world. Old Poseidon is the runners. Um, right? Yeah. The Runners is on Old Poseidon, but I think Jameson's World is this Tower of Ashes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, oh my gosh, here I'm reading the loneliness of people who sit alone in furnished rooms in crowded cities because they've got nowhere to go and nowhere to talk to. The loneliness of guys who go to bars to meet someone only to discover they don't know how to strike up a conversation and don't have the courage to do so if they did. Yeah, you're right. It's just like, oh my gosh, this is just George complaining. Like, oh my gosh. Um, yeah, okay, yeah, yeah. I like. Way Across and Dragon is surprising to me too. I don't know if it's like great. Like not much happens, but you're
No,
right.
no, but it's like it's. I think it's just so unusual that it strikes me like you're right that I don't think it's that great of a story, but
Yeah,
the surprise of like this story about space Catholicism all of a sudden ending up in this basement with a big fetus in a jar
big
is
green.
just like what the like it's just so what the fuck where you're just like
And the lore of the Judas Iscariot dragon religion is
right
so weird.
so weird
It's like the patch face stories where you're like you want to know what he's trying to say there, but it's so arcane and weird that like I don't even know how to interpret this. Like,
You're right. You're absolutely like what does this mean? Well, I don't know. Like this whole society believes that like Jesus was a dragon rider or something, or like or I forget, but it's just like
they separated his body parts or
like
something.
what does this mean? What statement are you making about like religion? I do not know. It's a patch face.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, bitter blooms I think is more on like just the sad like the love. Lie to me, Morgan. Lie to me.
Yeah.
And then in the end,
That's
I just kind of have the books like Fever Dream and Dying of the Light. Which I think are both good.
Fever Dream, I think, is like the best thing George wrote, like in Finnish. Like, okay, we're talking about like a story that he wrote in Finnish. Fever Dream, I think, is excellent. It's one of his best things. It's just so. We've talked about it so many times on here. Fever Dream. Like more people should just read it, even if they're not A Song of Ice and Fire fans or George R. R. Martin fans. It's
right. You're absolutely right that he was able to actually have a world, like have protagonists, have characters. They go through their whole fucking journey. They get to the end, and there is a perfect resolution to it all. Because even Armageddon Rag, I mean, he does that with that book, but the ending is just kind of out of fucking nowhere, and there's no real resolution. It's just like you don't really find out like where are the visions coming from. And okay, you thought that the world was ending, but it's actually like the ghosts of Janis Joplin and Jimi Hendrix like all appearing on stage, and they're gonna live forever, and they're gonna live forever because people are gonna remember their music. And you're like, okay, what does that have to do with the fucking visions like about the end of the world? Where did those fucking come from? It doesn't matter. But I mean, so I don't think it actually resolves the same way. Like Fever Dream is a fucking complete book.
It's like everything is resolved. Like the arc of Abner Marsh, like Abner Marsh's arc of being like a fence sitter who doesn't do any, who like he's like, it's not, I don't want to get involved. Like that is resolved. You're like, yes.
So recently I saw an interview with James Gunn, and he was really interesting because the way he frames stories, and I'm not saying James Gunn is perfect. But like he has a lot of flaws, but now that I understand this about him, every time I see a story, like I see something by him, I'm like, oh, I get what he was doing. So he believes that a story is at the start, my character is going to be A, and by the end, my character is going to be B. He is going to have a mental change. He is going to go on his journey where he changes as a person. He transforms, So like, for instance, a James Bond movie, that does not happen. James Bond starts at A and ends at A. Like there is no change for James Bond. But like James Gunn is like A to B. That's the most important thing, is the change of the character, right? So you like look at a Guardians movie and you're talking about, you've got Star-Lord. Star-Lord is a guy who starts at the beginning of the movie not trusting anyone and having no friends, and he ends the movie having a group of friends that he trusts, right? There's your fucking journey, right? It all makes sense. So with Fever Dream, Abner Marsh, beginning of the fucking story is this, I don't believe in politics. I'm on the outside, and he has the journey. At the end, he's like, no, fucking slavery is wrong. You've got the full fucking deal, like,
he wants to save the vampires. He's like, the vampires deserve to live. I hate that I'm like spoiling the book, but like the final thing where they walk up to the steamboat and he's like, you lied to me. Like the steamboat was never going to move. And he's like, I didn't know that you would come for the steamboat. And he's like, I would have come for you. And it was like, oh, you're like, oh, that they're in love. They're like friends in love.
So much love. And it's hard to. I mean, if you, it would be kind of gay if you could imagine a character that looks exactly like George R. R. Martin fucking a character that looks exactly like Rhaegar. So I mean, like, that's fucking Fever Dream, and the love in Fever Dream,
The love between this big fat guy, this big fat old guy,
and
and
this
this
beautiful vampire man.
vampire twink albino man. Like, yeah, it's so special. It's a special thing. Oh my gosh! Like, George is great when he's writing weirdos. Like, he's great when he's writing weirdo characters that are awful or weird or sickos. Like,
Yeah,
he's great.
when he's able to go dark, which is why I think his best written stuff is Aaron and Victarion. When I'm just like, wow, you know how to be fucked up and like write a bunch of fucking weirdos, you know? Like, that's fucking crazy shit. That is the best. Um,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or Jamie, like
Oh yeah.
how crass and just like it's cynical and but
But then he
jokey at the
throws in
same time.
shit like, you know what? Let's make Joffrey marry Myrcella and continue on the line. And you're like, well, that's fucked up.
What?
That came out of nowhere.
Well, one thing I didn't. There's two stories that aren't on here that I would think it might be good. Is I really like what's his name? Pear Shaped Man. I think Pear
Pear-shaped
Shaped Man is
man. Yeah, yeah.
some of George's best work. But Pear Shaped Man, like when I was reading it,
Dark.
maybe it was it's dark and it's creepy. Like he really gets like the creepiness of somebody going in like infiltrating your safe space, like your
Yeah.
home,
Mhm.
and even worse than that somehow. Pear Shaped
Yeah.
Man, and then there's oh what do you think of Portraits of His Children?
Ah, I'm trying to remember that one.
It was dark. It's dark, but I don't know if it's the most well written. It's like kind of autobiographical. It's like George. It's like an author who he's visited by like his past characters. It's kind of like
I think I do. I
Ebenezer
do
Scrooge.
remember this. Yeah. I keep confusing it with like remembering melody because that's another one where
Oh
like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
the past, you know,
It's haunting him.
right, and you're not sure what's dream and what's reality, what's hallucination, and
Yeah,
that kind of stuff. Yeah.
maybe not. And then the time traveling dwarf one. What do you think about that one?
Oh, Under Siege.
Under Siege. What do you think of Under Siege?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly creative.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
know if it's well written because not much happens is the thing. Like there's just kind of in people's heads and they just kind of sit around.
right. I think both like the time travel stories, Under Siege and on fuck, how am I forgetting it? It's the chess one.
Unsound
Unsound
Variations.
Variations.
The fucking guy that's bitter about the chess tournament.
Yeah. So my problem with both of those stories, and they're fun. Like, I think Under Siege is a much better story than Unsound Variations. I think Unsound Variations is a fucking. I actually think it's a very bad story. I mean, it's creative. It's very creative, but like the idea that some guy would be so bitter at his friends about blaming him for losing a chess tournament that he would invent a time machine
travel.
and live multiple lives, multiple iterations, simply to sabotage their fucking lives because they blamed him for a chess tournament is ridiculous. But like,
I know.
but
It's like Vari's in the Walls kind of thing where you're just
right,
like,
it's just like
you're like,
so
wow.
over the top. Like, you're living this separate life as Rug in the jail and in the walls and all of that, so that you can, yeah. So it's, and also my problem with that story is the solution at the end is just like, oh wait, the solution is I don't have to do anything. Like, oh, you're right. Let's go home. And it's like, what? And then he kills himself, right? Like the solution is essentially nothing. Like, oh, his girlfriend just has to say, oh, but I love you. oh, okay, let's go home. And then the guy kills himself. Um, and the other guy's like, you can't steal any ideas from me anymore. Haha. And then they go home. It's like too easy. And it's the same with Under Siege. As creative as the story is, the solution at the end is the character who is having his brain infiltrated by the time traveling dwarf just suddenly decides, you know what?
I like being infiltrated.
It's all good. We can totally blend our consciousnesses together, and it's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
The end. like a little too easy. I think, had Under Siege been a full fucking book, maybe you could get to that point.
Yeah, it's rushed. It's rushed. Like, he's a good ideas guy, and especially when he makes kind of screwed up, fucked up ideas. But you're right that there's stories where it's very clear the idea was first, and the resolution of it was
Yeah.
fast and second. Yeah, yeah. So you're right. You're right. I agree with this list. I agree with this list too. This is I didn't know this was going to be here when I jumped in. So I'm
Someone,
happy.
yeah, just someone asked me. I thought you were coming in to ask about like a flying mouse being a squirrel. Um, let's see. My guess is that George needed Monster to stay at the wall for the White Walker plot points. He could think of another reason how to get Sam to leave and Monster to stay. It's a quick fix for wins. Yeah, that's all very true. If we're going with, see, Aquaman hoodie is in my head. If you're going with the idea that the White Walkers are trying to get their baby back, and that fucking they stole it, like we're the ones, humanity is instigating the war here because they're the one, like Sam is instigating the war because Sam is the one that stole the baby, and that the baby being at the wall is an important thing. Then yeah, that does make some sense. Um, the thing here's my big planning thing about George and his mind and stuff like that. Did Sam need to leave the wall? Because the Storm of Swords ends, like the need for a Sam point of view is purely because we separate John from the rest of the Night's Watch, and you kind of want to have them following the Night's Watch as the Night's Watch gets attacked, and we see the White Walkers, and we get we meet, we get a crossover with Bran and things like that. Like I get it, but then the story collapses again when Sam gets back to the wall and meets John again. We don't actually need a Sam point of view ever fucking again, right? Like, he's collapsed back in with John. But then A Feast for Crows happens, and we decide to throw Sam to Old Town. And I guess it's just that, like, he had Old Town plot that he wanted to eventually get to with high towers and maesters and shit. And he didn't know who to throw there. So he decides to throw Sam.
I've been convinced that the Old Town plot has been in George's mind since Avalon. That Avalon is kind of the Old Town plot, where I found a thing where he's talking about a little bit of the plot of Avalon, and it's like the university and many characters from all over the world coming together at the university as students. I gotta find what he says specifically, but yeah, like it seems like he's had the Old Town plot since before, like, and now he's putting it in A Song of Ice and Fire.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time, because there's a lot. I mean, Windhaven is very much Citadel. I know you haven't read Windhaven, but like Windhaven. So the plot of Windhaven is Maris, if you know, like Pretty Maris.
Pretty Maris, yeah.
Maris, she's a fisherman's daughter. The Eerie is in it as well, but it's on an interregnum world. It's not Thousand Worlds, but it's on an interregnum world where the original settlers came there with a big solar sail, and so they've regressed into no longer having space flight, and they're on this really windy world, and it's so windy that they can't take ships really very well. It's really difficult to travel between islands. Like it happens, but it's really difficult. And so the only way to communicate between islands is that there's a bunch of people that take hunks of the solar sail, and they don't know that they're the solar sails. They now just know that there's these wings, and they're able to like navigate with these space solar sails and get from island to island to deliver the mail, essentially. And the wings are passed down, through families, heredity, and she ends up learning how to do it because somebody crash lands on her beach, and she just starts like practicing, and she ends up really good at it. And they're like, oh fuck, like now this girl is able to fly, and there's this big decision like, well, why should we let her fly these wings when they've always been in people's families? And she's like, you know what we should do? We should call a great council, and we should like decide who gets these wings in the great council. And there's going to be this like battle between us and compete. And then by the end, they decide that the best way is not having it through families, but if they establish a university where they train people to fly these things. And so Sorella is a character in the third part of the story. Sorella, who is she's from the South, and she has dark skin, and she's the best of the wind flyers. She's really, really talented, and so they deal with that.
Sounds like George. Like it's weird that George rejected your like philosopher king Plato's Republic thing, because it seems like he's a believer in that you should educate rulers and
right. But this was more about like the transition from he's saying that like this is meritocracy, that we're transitioning from heredity to meritocracy in this world.
Okay.
So it's not quite philosopher king, but it's more like meritocracy kind of stuff that he really believed. Because when you look at him, you look like his success in life, like he was really poor and he used his ability to become really, really rich. So you kind of know that like George is kind of a believer in meritocracy in his head, because he succeeded through his merit. So.
Oh, here I found the Avalon quote. Okay.
George
began Avalon 1991. According to him, the story was of 3 students from very different cultures thrown together at Avalon's Academy of Knowledge. The opening act of a much larger story that I thought of as a sci-fi war and peace. Oh, he got to 30 pages. Okay, yeah, and then he says that he started talking about A Song of Ice and Fire. He was asked in 2001 whether he would finish Avalon. He replied, "Well, perhaps. Hard to say. Just now, I'm not looking past A Song of Ice and Fire." So that's all we know. So
yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Different people from different parts of the jangles, like being in a ragtag group. Yeah.
It's like Melander, Rune, Sorella, kind of that thing. Like, it might not have been too Lazy interesting. Leo.
But also, like, the glass candle plot we know goes back to at least Clash, with all the maesters and the glass candles and stuff. So he was thinking about that Old Town plot for a while. He just needed a point of view, and so he had Sam at the wall, and so he's like, "Well, if I could transition Sam to Old Town, I can get in on that Old Town plot." But he could have just invented a new point of view down there and had it been done, just been done. Like he didn't, But then he
wait. One more thing, you didn't put Guardians on here. There's no tough.
I guess Guardians. You like Guardians. Guardians is okay.
I like Guardians. Guardians is good with the little clams, the mud pots.
Yeah, that's true. We'll put Guardians in there. But then the thing is if you read Guardians, you feel like you want the background on Tough and like how he got his freaking seed ship and all that stuff.
Flagstar's fun. It's a fun one.
Yeah.
It's fun, Yeah. Anyways, I'll stop talking about Thousand Worlds.
Wouldn't the first Ranger have ravens to send reports? I mean, now you're being really, I mean, you're outsmarting the fucking men of the Night's Watch. Okay. Like, of course they should. Of course they should be training the first ranger to carry around a cage of ravens to like send reports back in the same way that he did. But it's kind of this weird thing that somehow ravens require all of this knowledge, like raven work. It doesn't seem that fucking hard. Like, I don't know.
Bro, yeah. The hardest part is transporting it, it seems, right? Like, and having them roost at this one place when they come home to it. Um, yeah, there's like all this. It's the Raven stuff's interesting with like when you hear hints of it with the Victorian plot, where that apparently you could be in a fucking ship in another continent and the Ravens will come back to Europe.
Right.
Like, how is that going to work? Yeah, does it go to Pike or something, and then a maester sends it down to wherever Euron's at? Like, how is he going to do that?
I did a little bit of this research on the Ravens for the Ariane chapter in the fanfic, because at some point Ariane talks about how, so it's really important that the Raven that's going to leave Storm's End is actually going to go east over Jon Khan's army so they can shoot it down rather than going straight over water. Because I think given the choice, passenger pigeons will not go over water, and they will follow the land in order to, because why would a bird want to fly over a bunch of fucking water and not have a rest point when he can fly right? So it's just, yeah, the same with like the ravens, like heading to east. Like, how would a raven realistically cross the narrow sea? Like, I could see it making it to coast, flying Volantis, going along to Lyce and such. But like, would a raven really be like, yeah, let's cross the narrow sea? Like, that's a fucking long way. Like, I'm not gonna fucking do that. Like, what? Like,
I need to learn more about like passenger pigeons, because that how it works. Like, he explained a little bit of it with the Winds of Winter, like the Stannis thing, where you get this whole explanation of how it works, which is good. That there's two-way ravens and one-way ravens and the white ravens, but I don't know how it works in real life, right? Like, I think as somebody explained to me that you raise a passenger pigeon at a spot.
Right.
And then you transport it with you wherever you go, and then it will know how to get back to where it was nesting. So
right. So that's why,
really
like, impractical. You can always, like, if they have a bunch of Castle Black ravens, they can leave with that Castle Black raven anytime and it'll fly back. And then they'll always have the Castle Black ravens. So Ken M is completely right here that, like, going on a ranging, he should bring the ravens. And then it would just go back to Castle Black, and then on their next ranging, the ravens are there. It starts getting complicated when it's like, and this is the weird thing, is like, I'm going to take a raven, and then I'm going to bring it to, I'm at Winterfell, and I'm going to bring a raven to Riverrun. And that raven, it might sit at Riverrun for fucking years. And all of a sudden you're going to release it, and it's going to go back to Winterfell. After like fucking sitting in that cage for years, it's not going to forget that actually, like it just doesn't seem right to me. Like, eventually it's going to be like, this is my home. Okay. Riverrun is my fucking home. Like, why would I want to fly back to, fine, whatever. I don't know what these maesters are doing to these ravens, but
I don't understand the ravens. The raven stuff I could very clearly, I think George is just, like, he wanted to wait for messages to transport.
Yeah,
he really should have like a Pony Express or something like that. Something.
Yeah, but he's absolutely right that the first Rangers should be using the ravens. Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't seem that hard. I mean, because Sam ended up like releasing the ravens accidentally, and they just all flew back. And it's like, well, if you can do fucking literally nothing, and the raven goes back, how hard is it to attach a message to a leg? Like, do you need to go to school for months at the Citadel for this knowledge?
Oh, like, no. What's his name? Chet and Clytus need. Yeah, they weren't educated enough.
Chet can't even read, and he can do that. And like Feathers, he can do it too. So it can't be that fucking hard.
What? Okay, I got a random question. Is Mormont's raven, does it do any work or is it just a pet raven? Like is there separate from the work ravens, there's also pet ravens that you just keep as
Yeah, no,
pets?
it's just a pet raven because
Okay.
it doesn't live
In the
at the rookery
rookery.
or anything.
Okay.
It's just a big fucking raven that he keeps around
Hmm.
for no reason, so that it can yell ominous words
We needed an explanation for why Mormont has a fucking raven. Like he's like,
like why he
we
took
need
it
him
in.
like yeah, he's like, I found this baby raven and at the doorstep. Like, you know, that he's got an attachment to it, like as opposed to just being this weird random
How
character. Yeah,
long
Jorah.
do
Jorah being yeah,
ravens live?
you could have Jorah be like, yes, my dad, he had a little baby
Oh,
raven
so
back at
common ravens live 10 to 15 years. Australian ravens 22 years.
oh shoot.
But because I'm just like, you have to replace those, like some of those messages. Like, I feel like it would be years between some of these locations. Like, oh, do I need to send a
Yeah.
raven to fucking
Bitter
Deepwood
Bridge
Rock?
or
Or,
something.
you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
to some random castle.
Yeah.
Um, what does the government shutdown mean for you, and more importantly for me? Government shutdown. You know, I was taking a break from work on leave without pay, but you can't be in leave status during a shutdown. So I'm furloughed like everyone else, and so I when this is over, I will now get paid for the entire furlough period for doing nothing. But you know, but for everyone else, government shutdown. I mean, government shutdown means that like very common services the government provides for people cannot be done, and so like your parks are not going to get cleaned up. A lot, you know, certain government services that are not either self-funded or emergency, like just aren't there, and all of the government employees. None of the government employees receive their salary. So the ones that
Mm.
are deemed essential, like say soldiers in the military or air traffic controllers, um, they don't receive their salaries during this period. So that's fine for people that don't live paycheck to paycheck. But I'll tell you, like the TSA screeners, air traffic controllers, like people like that, they live paycheck to paycheck. That's low. Those are lower paying jobs, and so when you ask them to like forgo a pay period or two, um, things start breaking down. In fact, the long shutdown that happened a few years ago, that was like 30 some days. Like that was the big thing, is the air traffic controllers were like, dude, we need our fucking money. We're not doing this anymore. And they're, you know, eventually they strike because it's like the, you know, so you know, it's just I'm trying to think of like the major services that you're going to notice that aren't around. You know, certainly your national parks. Um, but I'm trying to think like if you're doing it like
They still deliver the mail.
they still deliver they still deliver the mail. Your social security checks should still arrive, but you might not be able to do other services. Um, you know, so it's that kind of thing. It's certain services are not going to be available. Like I'm not sure if you'll be able to say get a passport. I'm
Hmm.
not sure. Maybe if that's self funded. It it also varies from shutdown to shutdown. Um, can I get a passport during government? No. Okay, government. You can still get a passport. So I mean, I guess a lot of the services that you're used to, you may not notice because it's the people are just working without a paycheck and then they get it at the end. But I'm trying to think of like, you know, something that affects like the average person. See, one of the reasons that a lot of people have big mistrust of the federal government is that they don't see the federal government's use on a day to day level. Like old people do because they have their social security, or if you have, you know, Medicaid or Obamacare or something you might. But a lot of people just don't think about it. They're not traveling, they're not going through TSA or Customs Border Protection. They're just living their life. And so you end up having people like they have a lot of trust in local government because local government does libraries and roads and stuff like that. When actually like local government's super inefficient and a lot more corruption. Federal government
Mm.
actually doesn't actually have that much corruption and it's much more efficient, um, but people still it's this distant thing to a lot of people like, oh, it's off in Washington. And they just don't deal with that. So I don't know if I mean it'll certainly affect the quality of things of the airports after once like 2 weeks goes by and stuff like that. People will
Mm.
be getting um, people working there will be upset. But I don't know what services are gone during a shutdown. Let's see here. Mm, I mean, certainly all the like grants are going to get shut. The federal grants are probably going to get shut down. Um, yeah, there's no like all FBI investigations like stop, like
Oh no,
all audits stop, a lot of
Scully and
oversight.
Mulder,
Yeah,
the X Files. The X Files aren't getting solved.
I know it's true. Let's see here. Um, no, it actually says FBI continues, but they won't get paid.
Okay. Oh,
Um,
do they get paid like back pay?
yeah,
Does that
everybody
come
gets
up
paid
later?
back pay, which is why I'm going to
Okay.
get paid back pay for being on leave without pay.
Hmm.
Um, but it does seem like the big things. Oh, some of the courts might shut down, and sometimes. But the thing is that they do force a lot of people to work. Um, oh, FEMA response. If there's a disaster, yeah. There's no FEMA response.
Oh God, that's reassuring.
Yeah. So if there's a big hurricane or
Hurricane or
flood,
something.
we're kind of screwed there. Um,
Oh great.
but but the problem is that they actually force most of the government or a lot of the government to work without pay. So
Man.
um, P, please check Sense8, most liberal show I ever watched. It restored my 1% faith in humanity. Story is
Sense8.
complete. Last two episodes. Everybody's been recommending Sense8. I don't know if you've watched it,
I
Trey.
yeah, I don't know I've never heard of this. Sense8.
Yeah, somebody recommended it last week, and they said it was really great. It's done by the Wachowski sisters.
Oh. Oh, that's cool. Okay,
Yeah.
that's in good hands then.
Right, right. Did you see Matrix um
The
the Matrix
reboot?
4?
I did not. Wait a second. They made Jupiter Ascending. Oh my gosh. Maybe in Cloud Atlas. Maybe it isn't in good hands. I did not see the Matrix reboot. No, no. Was it good?
Matrix
I know the
4,
Neo.
it was surprisingly. The thing is, it's not an epic movie like the other three,
Hmm.
but it's surprisingly good for being very small scale.
Hmm.
That's the problem, is that you're expecting a Matrix movie, and then it's like
Yeah.
this very good movie, but it's not in the same scope as the other three. And so you're like, oh, I thought I liked it actually. I liked it, but
Okay. I should
it's
check it out. Somebody told me to watch that Leonardo DiCaprio movie, the One Die Another Day or whatever it was called, One
mm,
Battle After Another, or something like that. Somebody said it was
yeah,
like the
yeah, the new one.
best
Everyone's saying
movie
it's
I've
great.
ever seen.
Well,
I don't know. Stuff
when
I
does
should
when does
watch.
Leonardo DiCaprio make bad movies? Critters 3.
Good.
That's the best one. Last bad movie he was in. Um,
Oh, look at this. This is an interesting question.
yeah. Did the death of dragons cause a massive population explosion due to sudden increase in available meat? The
I have thought about this, that when we do hear how much dragons consume per day in meat, it's like kind of ridiculous. You're like, how do you logistically do that? Like
yeah.
dragons eating how much? Like how much do they eat per day? Because let's see, 30 tons. Wait, 19. What is this math? I need to see this math here.
So you gotta
Yeah,
like
what's their
somehow
source?
think that like Balerion the Black Dread. I mean, at the height of the dragons, like what's the poundage of
This person here, I don't know. This is a redditor, so who knows? Dragon Pit housed 9 dragons, which collectively ate around 200 tons of meat per week, requiring hundreds of cattle to feed. Yeah. I don't know how you do that. Let's see. How much do they eat? Like, we need to have a
well,
number here. I
200
need to find.
tons. I mean, a human eats about like 2 pounds per person per day. So 200 tons is that's 4 200 tons, 200 times 2,000 pounds.
Uh,
What will
okay.
what will your name be for 1,000 pounds? We won't have one.
Like that's the SNL bit. I love
Yeah.
that.
Won't have one. No
uh,
nose. No
we'll
nose.
play the game of play the game of football. Do you use your feet? A little bit.
A little bit. There's a little kicking in football. So 400,000 pounds. So that's the equivalent of feeding 200,000 people. Just those dragons is the equivalent of feeding 200,000 people.
That's what? You crazy?
That's 200 tons. 200 tons is 400,000 pounds. So if a person eats about 2 pounds of food a day, you're talking the food equivalent for 200,000 people. I mean, that's pretty outrageous. Like even if I'm off, even if we're off on a factor of 10 on that, like the food for 20,000 people every day would be outrageous. So the fact that it's the food for 200,000 people would be outrageous.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're done
maybe
for.
this Death of Dragons is just like, fuck, we have so much fucking meat. This is great. This is great. I was
I'm like trying to look at also like what the population of Westeros is. Elio Garcia estimates a population of 40 million people, give or take 5 million for the entire continent.
right.
Okay.
But like King's Landing had like 500,000 or something was the estimation. Like
I thought it was
maybe a
yeah.
million
Did they say 500,000 or something in
in the
show?
show. I think they said half a million in
Yeah.
the show.
Okay. All right. So the population figures: King's Landing has over 500,000 people and around it in Storm of Swords when Oberyn meets Tyrion. They must have said it in the book.
We can try to say like, well, what's London's population during at 1500? London's population. Oh God, that's low.
How big was? Yeah, that's the thing is I'm looking at the like here they have the in 1300 the population of France was 17 million and England was 3 million. It's very small.
Yeah. So Paris, well, London's population was very low, but Paris's population in 1500 was 250,000 people.
Oh wow. In 1500 in like Renaissance in Age of Exploration. Like,
right.
This is
right.
late. This is late Middle Ages.
But
like,
you got to remember that like I think what's inaccurate about King's Landing in Old Town is how urbanized the country is, because this shows that like despite like that the world was still very rural. and that, when you're talking like Paris population, I mean, though some people talk about the Roman Empire, that Rome at its height had 1 million people, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think Rome at its height, and but it needed like other countries to feed it. Like it needed
Yeah, right. It was
Egypt to
it was
like feed it.
importing all that grain from Egypt and
Yeah,
shit.
Rome population height. Like I'm assuming.
While like in the
Yeah,
Middle
around a
Ages,
million people.
yeah, in the
Around a
Middle
million people.
Ages, Europe was very self-sufficient when it came to food, while
Hmm.
Rome was unusually dependent.
Reliant on. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
reliant.
on
Um,
foreign imports.
but during the Middle Ages, there was such a technological boom in agriculture. Um,
Right, with the milling stones and stuff, and
yeah,
the grinding mills and everything. Yeah, yeah.
but I mean, if we're right here, if like these dragons did eat the equivalent of, on a conservative estimate, 20,000, what 20,000 people would eat in a day, or 200,000 people would eat in a day. I mean, I suppose if you're talking about a country of 40 million people, that's not that much, but on a city level, like in the neighborhood of King's Landing, that's very fucking significant on what it would do to just the system in King's Landing. But the thing about food, especially in the Middle Ages, is that the more people you have, the more farm you can land. The more farm you can land. The more farm you can land. The more land you can farm. So like having an extra person in a sustenance like uh, society means that like they produce the food for themselves anyway, right? Like for the most part, you have a population increase, so it's not that there's not enough food. Like the more people you have, the more farmers you have, because there's still plenty of land. There's more than enough land. So the more people you have, you can just support it and have more farmers.
Hmm.
So I don't know if anybody would be really starving. I don't think
Yeah.
food. So a serious answer to this is I don't think surplus food is an issue here, because the society is so agricultural. Like
Hmm.
if you have a bunch of, like, say you're a farmer and you have 10 children, and someone says, "Hey, here's an 11th person." You don't sit there and go, "How do I fucking feed them?" Cuz they're just out there working more land, producing more food. That's very different than, say, like you have a job as a painter, and you get another mouth to feed. You know, yeah, he can paint and you can get money and then you can go to the store and try to buy it, but like it's very different when it's just like person is there to produce more food for
Hmm.
myself, because most people are sustenance farmers. So I don't think, for the serious answer to that is, I don't think that the death of dragons and having a surplus of food in the King's Landing area changes much with the population. I think population explosions, and it would have to deal with medical technology and war,
Right.
and plagues and
Because
things like that.
most of the population factors is like disease early in childhood, that kind of thing. Like that's what culls the population, at least in the past, was I don't know, or like infant death, like in illness and stuff.
Yeah. Here's an interesting question. How much of the worlds of Ice and Fire is foreshadowing versus world building? I don't think there's much foreshadowing in the world of Ice and Fire. I originally thought this was how much of George's writing is foreshadowing versus world building, which is a different kind of question, because like
Hmm.
if it's just George's writing, he world builds to start, and then he comes back later and is like, maybe I'll use this. And it was foreshadowing the whole time. Like that's kind of how he writes. Like he just writes, and then he's got all these seeds. Then he goes
There's
back and he finds something.
In World of Ice and Fire, there's a few bits of foreshadowing, at least that I think are very clear. Like he writes about Winterfell in the square towers versus round towers. Like that's a
Yeah.
big thing, and that's something that's come up in the story multiple times. And then also he makes a big point to talk about the seasons and how there used to be normal seasons, or at least the legends seem like they have, and Septon Barth used math to see that like there should have been
Yeah.
normal seasons, but for some reason there's not anymore. So there's these little hints that are things that are already in the main story.
Yeah,
But
I mean, and I agree. There's a little more on Dornish law, which I think Dornish law will eventually play a role in the story. There's a little more on that. Um, the sidebars, the Gildane sidebars that George
yeah,
actually wrote. But
they're the ones that have something of significance to him, I think. Because you're right. What I'm talking about is the Gildane sidebars, where it's like,
yeah,
yes, the oldest tower in Winterfell had a round tower, but it's not square, which is like counter to the
right. And
logic.
he goes off on
There's all
like
these
he
things.
goes off on like the Bravosi key holders and stuff. And I was like, okay,
Yeah,
maybe that's gonna play a role. But the World of Ice and Fire is it's so funny in that okay, I think all the ESO stuff that was done by Elio, I think it's a fine creation by Elio, but it's a creation by Elio, and like I don't think there's
mm,
much there. I don't think George planned like everything that he allowed to Elio to write on, like when he's like, you fucking go nuts on talking about Lorath and their fucking mazes. You can fucking write as much as you fucking want about Lorath because you were never going to fucking go to Lorath. Lorath is never going to play a role in the story. And
yeah.
thus, like, you find there's nothing written about Karth and there's nothing written about Slaver's Bay in the World of Ice and Fire because that's the places that actually fucking matter. So there's that portion. And then the middle portion, like the Atlas, where you're going around the world and you're like, oh, this is the Riverlands. That's mainly information that was already in the story that he pulled in. And it doesn't really make sense. Like, it doesn't really make sense to me when you read, like, there's a portion where he starts talking about the Harrenhal tourney and he brings up, like, the Night of the Laughing Tree and shit like that. And you're like, would a historian really be writing about the Night of the Laughing Tree? Like, versus, I understand why, like, Mira and Jojen are telling the story, but, like, would a historian talk about? But it's like, that's information that Elio had. Like, well, what do I know about the Harrenhal tourney? Well, this is what I can write.
Yeah. I used to think that there was something of significance when it talks about prophecy stuff, where it's like, yes, the Dothraki have this prophecy, and there's like one that was like the ET prophecy of like the woman with a monkey's tail and stuff, and I'd be like, oh, that might be Danny. What's the deal with the monkey's tail, and like how is that factor into the story? And you're right, none of it probably means anything. Like that's just window dressing.
And then the first part, you've got the Targaryen history, and the Targaryen history is, mainly based on the stuff that was going to be Fire and Blood and stuff. Because there was a lot on the Dance of the Dragons and a lot on at the time of writing. There was a lot on because we had the Rogue Prince, we had Sons of the Dragon, and we had Princess and the Queen. And so that there was a lot there, and that got filled in, but a lot of that was retconned with Fire and Blood. And so then you're in this like situation of like, well, now like what takes precedent? Like, how much should I really weigh the world of Ice and Fire? Something that George will readily retcon away when he wants,
Yeah.
So how much does George even value the world of Ice and Fire? I don't know if he values it very much at all. Like, there's a really very significant, very important piece of information in the world of Ice and Fire where Aerys disinherits Rhaegar and makes Viserys his heir, and that's in there. It's a really crazy thing because it kind of reinterprets the whole story about like the Kingsguard being there to defend the heir and all of that stuff at the Tower of Joy. You're like, but wait, Viserys was already made the heir. Rhaegar was disinherited. Like, it doesn't matter who's fucking being born there because Viserys is king. Like, what the fuck? But at the same time, you're like, that's huge. But at the same time, like, George doesn't. He'll just fucking retcon it if he wants. He doesn't fucking care.
Yeah. The world book. One last thing with the world book is they mention like the storms, the great storms of Westeros, and intentionally say that like the last storm that happened was at this date, and it doesn't match up with Danny's birth. There's something weird going on with
Yeah,
Danny.
you're
But
right.
like,
You're absolutely
how
right.
much do we care? Like,
How
yeah,
much do
it's
you
like,
care? Like in the show, like Tyrion specifically is like, I remember that storm. It was huge. And you're like,
yeah,
"Ugh, I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's hard to. You're right that it's hard to know like how much we should care about World of Ice and Fire, because I don't know. It's messy.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Um, do the whites have consciousness memories or are they truly just zombies? Do you think the White Walkers have a sense of morality?
Mm.
I do think that the whites have memories. Um, Otherwise, if the whites don't have memories, because let's walk through this. Um, Jasper Flowers and Othor, I forget which one. Um, which one attacks
I think it's Jasper Flowers.
Jasper Flowers? Jaffer Flowers, yeah.
Jasper Flowers.
Um, two bodies, broadcasting kills. Jaffer's white kills Jeremy Riker, four other men, and even hacks off Jaffer's head. And the white draws the knight's own dagger and stabs him to death. And then so Jaffer Flowers does one mission, and then Othor is the one that attacks Mormont. Okay, so let's assume that they're mindless and they're being puppeted. Okay, like, does the puppet master, and say the puppet master is Bloodraven, say the puppet master is Time Traveling Bran, say the puppet master is a collective of others, would they know the exact people that are ruling the Night's Watch? Like, because it goes specifically for the heads of the Night's Watch, right?
Yeah.
Like and it knows the towers, it knows the layout and everything. I mean, you could make the argument that like Time Traveling Bran is so fucking knowledgeable of everything that he's figured all that shit out and he does it on purpose. But outside of Time Traveling Bran, would even Bloodraven know that? Maybe, because if he's in that Raven, maybe. Would the others? Probably not.
Yeah.
They wouldn't know the specificity of the command structure and layout of Castle Black. So, it would require at least the memories of Othor and Jaffer to make it work, But then again, Othor and Jaffer Flowers wouldn't do that on their own, right? Like they wouldn't do that. Like, why they wouldn't?
Maybe maybe they have them access to the memories, but they don't give them control. Because George has done both. Like he's done both, where you resurrect somebody and they have memories, and then had it where it's like they're just a puppet, like the Night Flyers, where they're just puppets. So
yeah, absolutely. So I do kind of think that maybe they have access to the memories, but I think the whites are nothing more than puppets. I don't think they are, say, like fire whites that seem to be working independently, like Barrack and Cat. Of course, it'd be very funny if at the end we find out that neither Cat nor Barrack actually are conscious and they're actually being puppeted. That would be funny as well.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of all our interactions with whites, and yeah, they don't, because we have like Chet, like Sam meets like Chet's white, and Small Paul, and Varamir meets like the Thistle, and they don't seem like they're have any. Because why would Small Paul? Small Paul has like Small Paul's memories. Why would he kill Sam? Like, what's that about?
Small Paul would have different. Yeah. I mean, I suppose if zombie Chet was like, "You idiot, Small Paul, you should kill him." Okay, Chet. Like, I guess in that situation, but he wouldn't do it independently. Do they have morality? Um,
Yeah, probably not.
I don't know. Like the White Walkers, like I mean, I guess we don't know anything about the White Walkers and like what they believe is right and wrong.
In the show, we don't know anything to them to the end. Like, I guess in the show they made it that they hate life,
They
right?
hate life.
They hate
They
they
just want
hate
to annihilate it.
like it's not even that like they want to protect their way of life or anything. It's that they hate and they're willing to be self-destructive for it. Like, I hate how the show handled it, where you just get nothing, like the idea that they were after the baby the whole time, the war was being instigated or something by humans. Like,
This was
so
part of
much
the
more
pact,
interesting.
like,
Like the fact that the show just does jack all with it is insane to me. It's crazy. It gives them.
you're right. Like nothing with the baby. Like what was the point in the show of the baby being kidnapped, of them kidnapping the baby? To bring Gilly into the story?
Yeah.
But why bring Gilly into the story? Like she doesn't do anything.
She doesn't do anything. Like it really, like, I really hope there's something going on with the White Walkers as opposed to nothing. Like, is that too much to ask? Is that too much to ask?
I know. And the thing is, it's not that answer doesn't like have a George ring to it of like, of what they are, but you'd want something more. You want something more.
Because my biggest fear is that they're going to be like the worms from that thing where they're just like this evil, this force that we need to be stopped.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. Sorry, I'll stop talking.
No, I think it's just really funny if like in the end, like the tier, nothing beats a great story. Like if that's the only thing, like nothing beats a great story. There is nothing to this whole thing except it being a story in and of itself, and that's what life is.
Oh gosh,
that'd be so disappointing. Greasy Goblin did a rebuke video of Quentin being alive. It annoys me when people rebuke theories because vibes when George R plus L equals J is in the house of vibes, and trust me, bros, it's true. Look, the thing with Quentin being alive, it's just very clear that George left it open. Like it's just like outrageously obvious that George left it open. I've gone over like the last time Murdoch is seen in MacGyver like a million times. Like, the body was never found. Oh, why was the body never found? In case we want a sequel, right? Like everyone fucking does that. Oh, but they never found the body. Oh, I mean, it's so like outrageously that. Like the body is unrecognizable and everyone seems to be lying about what happened. And they cut off the action.
They cut off the action.
Twice, not even once, twice. Like,
oh yeah, during the retelling, you're right.
Right.
During Drink's retelling.
Like, I remember my first read being like, but what happened?
It's similar to the Night of Seashells or whatever Westerling, like that. He, instead of finding his body, he falls into the river. Like George could do something with that, or he could not. Like you shouldn't have, like nobody should have a strong opinion that like, no, he's definitely dead because he's definitely alive. Like, no, he left it ambiguous.
Absolutely. They definitely just left it ambiguous. It's just so overwhelming that like you don't have an unrecognizable corpse and then cut off the action twice where you don't get to see what happens twice. Like at the end of Quentin is just like, oh, he's on flame. And then he's like, oh, and then Arch retells the story and he gets up to that exact point in the story. And then what happens? Oh, let's start talking about the windblown. No, we don't fucking care about the windblown. We want to know what's fuking happened to Quentin.
I think the words he says specifically is, and then things got bad or something like that, and you're just like,
yeah.
And the
windblown blew away. Well, it's all to be expected. That's what sellswords do. Like, what? Like, you passed over the part we wanted to hear about.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
So yeah, no, I think it does annoy me when and people's rebuke to the Quentin being alive thing is essentially you'll hear people saying the same joke like he's dead, and sometimes they'll be like he's dead Jim. They'll say that joke over and over and over again. He's dead Jim. Um, he's crispy. He's whatever. Like it doesn't that doesn't make that's not any evidence to the contrary. Like, because you know that there's not any evidence to the contrary. Like, been fucking arguing this fucking point for 10 years. There's no one has put any convincing information forward that Quentin needs to be dead or should be dead. Like it's just ridiculous. Now, if George doesn't want him to be dead or doesn't want him to be alive and never gets around to it, sure, that's certainly a possibility. But Carmine sent me something. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I think he sent me something too.
What is this? That's true. Yeah, I'm not bringing that up.
Oh.
But yes, it's I did yeah. He said something where I'm just like, I don't want to fucking talk about that. But yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Now, with R plus L equals J, I think the reason people believe in it is for the wrong reason. Like, I think the show, like, most people believe in R plus L equals J in the same reason that you watch a romantic comedy and you think that these characters should get together in the end. In real life, logically speaking, the events of a romantic comedy would not lead to two people getting together in the end. Like, that's just not happening. Like like you watch a movie like Knocked Up and you're like, oh, really? Do I think Seth Rogen is going to end up with fucking Katherine Heigl? No, that's never fucking going to happen. Have you seen the fucking movie? No. Like, some like ugly loser is going to get with like this really hot, successful woman. No, it's never fucking going to happen. But it's a romantic comedy. So you go, oh, it's going to end up that way. Right. So R plus L equals J, everyone's like, well, I'm reading a fantasy story. So of course, like the protagonist is going to be the secret prince. Oh, of course. But then George's twist is going to be the fact that like it just creates more problems. It doesn't solve anything. Which is what happened in the show. Like, it didn't fucking solve anything. No one unified behind John. What's the Gecko's favorite of Song of Ice and Fire theory? I don't know. Has the Gecko been singing tonight?
I haven't heard it. The twist that was a gecko the whole time was amazing. I thought it was a bird. It sounds like a parrot or something.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Does anything happen to do with lizards? The
lizard lions.
Lizard lions.
What do we got? We got.
We already know lizard lions are alligators, right? So. Stumbled on fanfic that had Euron roping people prow to act as warning for things in the water. Go slow, steer from screams. Not practical, but cool. Oh, interesting. Like, they would be like, I see something in the water. There's whites. Okay.
Yeah. It's like, I guess each side of the ship has people on it. Well, that doesn't work because he cut out one of them. He cut out the tongue. He cut out what's her name, Flower's tongue. So that doesn't.
Let me tell you. So sometimes I get like very severe reactions to like things I say, and sometimes obviously, like, you read the comments and sometimes people have points. Some people catch stuff where I'm just like, yeah, okay, I was wrong. Fair enough. I said something that was wrong. Fine. But sometimes I say something that's like very obviously true, and then I get some pushback. And I'm just like, how could any human being like really believe it? So once I got somebody that was really angry that said a ship could easily operate with mutes, with hand
Oh,
signals and whistles, and I'm like,
this fucking
fuck
thing.
no! Like what? What? Have you ever been on a fucking ship? Like
Yeah.
everybody's screaming at each other. Like
I was on a boat recently and we had to dock and it was like the most stressful thing having to like coordinate and pull the thing and you jump out right now and time the thing. Like, yeah, you're right. Like us not
like
communicating.
hand signals. Like everybody's holding a fucking rope. Like what are you talking about? You either got a fucking rope or a rudder or a fucking blade or whatever. Like no, like it was hilarious. Like they could easily do it with mutes. Could easily operate a ship with hand signals. Like what? Like no, there's no way that mutes could operate a boat. Like no. Yeah.
Spooky idea.
Spooky idea. But I think up in the crow's nest, you'd have a guy anyway that could like see everything. I don't know how much more having people on the side of the boat like would help out.
Yeah. And like how much like time ahead are you getting as opposed to the crow's nest guy, which they have telescopes in Westeros too. So
Right.
the crow's nest guy versus somebody that's looking directly in front. Like how much clearance are you going to get? Like how much
Right, that much
ahead?
closer to the water, because you might actually be able to see more. Because when you're close to the water, you get a different view than being like high up and things
with
like
the
that.
glare. Yeah.
But, yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
Thoughts on Rob is the only Stark that doesn't have a point of view. Well, I mean, there's Rickon. Rickon too doesn't have a point of view.
Everybody fucking forgets Rickon. That's
everybody
so
forgets
funny.
Rickon. Everybody forgets Rickon. Sansa almost didn't. Sansa was added.
Yeah.
George decided kind of like in the
there's no Benjen POV.
Benjen, right. But yeah, that's too bad. And you know, there's no Lewin. Lewin should get he's like
he's honorary Stark.
But I mean Theon gets one and he's an honorary Stark, right? But yeah, Rickon and Rob. I think some people claim that there's a quote from George that he wished he had a Rob point of view, but I don't know. I don't know if I've read it myself, but I'm sure maybe someone could find it, like that they thought it was interesting that maybe he should have had a Rob point of view. But most of it is achievable through Kat, right?
Yeah. I kind of like Kat's perspective where she sees him as a vulnerable kid and stuff. Where he's,
right.
Yeah, it's more interesting.
Or she thinks he's like the best thing ever. Like, she's like, oh my God, what a fantastic man that he's grown into. He's going to be such a great kid.
Son. Yeah, he's going to be just as good as his father.
It's like, no, your son's a fucking idiot. Okay. Like your son's really dumb. Like, just sorry, Kat. Like, you know,
that is, I love that this commenter forgot Rickon. That's really funny that they're just like,
it's true though. Oh, this is interesting idea that actually Sam's not fat. He actually did lose the weight, but he's so insecure that he still thinks of himself as fat.
There's some indication of that where his clothes like are billowing around him and stuff, like in the final chapter. There's some evidence of it.
Yeah. The problem is he does get to Old Town and he still is called a whale.
Yeah.
So
and they wouldn't say that.
Because he starts as how many stone is he at the beginning?
Yeah, he in Old Town they call him the whale, and then also one of is it Kojimo or something like that? Like says that like Gilly's allowed to say because she doesn't eat as much as you, so it implies that he's still large. I like that theory. Like I like that theory that in Sam's mind he doesn't see that he's skinny. It's so ingrained, like the insecurity.
Right.
I think there's evidence to say that
he weighs 280 pounds because John thinks he's 20 stone. So 280 pounds. But Do I think he would lose all? I think he. I mean, realistically, I think he would lose that all. Considering that the Great Ranging is 9 months, like I just do not see how he was on the Great Ranging and didn't lose all that fucking weight. Like it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Or the walk back, where they're having like nothing to eat for days.
Right. That's the thing. I mean, because he goes from, I mean, Craster's Keep. I mean, they make it to Craster's Keep, so he's away from his people from Craster's Keep. But that's still like, a while. Is Craster's Keep on the fucking map?
How far is Craster's Keep from the wall? Let's see.
I don't think Craster's
Keep. Few
is
days.
Wall, but...
Yeah, no, it's a few days journey north of the wall, so it's actually not that far.
Yeah, I think Craster's Keep is pretty close to the wall, but the Fist of the First Men is pretty far, but they actually don't travel that fast. They actually have a very, very slow pace. Of course, Trey, I don't know if you saw my last going over a Game of Thrones, but like George places the Weirwood Grove like only
oh yeah, it's like a mile and a half or something like
mile and a half from the wall, and you're like, oh fuck, that's just way too fucking close. Like, why would you do that? Why would you have it be a mile and a half? Like, just have it be 10 miles. Like, it's fun. Like, just have it be 10 miles. Have it be some distance. You didn't need to have it be a fucking 10-minute horse ride. Like, they set off in the late afternoon and they get there at sunset. And you're like, well, I mean, I guess, like, what is late afternoon versus sunset? Like, what is evening? But, like, I don't know. Just George is so bad with distances.
Bad with the distance, yeah. The Marine siege where it's like the cavalry or whatever, the elephants are such and such leagues away, and you're like, what? Can't see that. Yeah, the heights of buildings and stuff are kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. Because someone was also saying like, well, because the top of the wall is 700 feet, which means they can see like 30 miles in the distance, which is pretty far. Which means they can see Craster's Keep, definitely.
Damn, I never thought of that. You could literally see Craster's house from the wall. That's really funny.
Oh, right? If it's only a couple days ride. But it's so weird, when they start like finding wildlings leaving stuff and stuff like near the wall. Like, why didn't
you're right. I read a book on like a guy that he recreated the Pony Express in 2019. He did it on 2 horses, and he was talking about like how in like Nevada or Utah or something, he could be on like a mountaintop and then see his ride where he's going to ride to for like a week. Just from that. So because the mountains are high and the land's so flat. So you're right that the wall would have that effect where you can see where you're going to ride for weeks, like on a horse.
I mean, it's strange. The distances are also all very screwed up because, okay, so the distance from Castle Black to the Fist of the First Men, even if you're talking, okay, maybe they don't go in a straight line or whatever. Say it's the length of the wall. Say it is 300 miles. Okay. Like, can't you do that in like 10 days? 30 miles a day on a horse?
Yeah.
Like, why is the Great Ranging 9 months? When you like, I don't understand. Like, you get to the fucking Fist of the First Men in 10 days. Even let's say you go half that distance, you can get the Fist of the First Men in 20 days. Let's go half that. Like,
I guess the idea is they have a whole bunch of baggage and it's difficult terrain, but you're right that it shouldn't change it too much.
Too much?
Because how long does the Great Ranging last? How long is it?
It's like 9 months.
9 months. Sam should have lost some fucking weight in 9 months.
That's what I'm fucking saying. Because they start the Great Ranging at the beginning of A Clash of Kings.
Yeah.
When the comet is in the sky. Okay? And the end of the Great Ranging is when like Sam and John get back in the middle of a Storm of Swords. Near the end of a Storm of Swords.
You're right.
Okay?
Like
So
because yeah, I've seen the have you ever watched the show Alone? It's on like History Channel or something. It's like a game show where people go out and live in the woods, like in
yeah,
hard. Like for typically it's like between 30 or 70 days they last out there, and they show up and they're chubby and they're chubby, and by the end they're like
yeah,
gaunt and
yeah.
skeletons. That's 70 days like at most.
Right.
That's
You remember
living
Survivor
off of.
One with Richard Hatch, right?
Oh my god, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that was like 1 month. like
And you're right, like 9 months, including like a week or two of just starving,
of
right? Like
starving, right?
yeah,
Like what the fuck?
Sam should be much thinner. Yeah, he should not be called the whale anymore and stuff. Like I think that's ridiculous.
Ugh.
Unless he's getting back to Castle Black, and because even like yeah, I don't even understand how how Sam stays fat.
Right. Like how are they giving everybody unlimited rations? Like what the fuck? Three Finger Hob. A question questions without demand from his bannerman or Robert. If Balon would have rebelled, would Ned Stark have executed Theon? And within the
Yes.
fanfic, do you plan on keeping Edric Dane innocent? Um
Oh. Ned is killing no. Ned is killing Theon. I don't care what people say. Ned is cutting Theon's head off. I'm sorry.
yeah, I mean,
We
he's
do get
got it, right?
contradictory. He's got like that's the thing. We get contradictory information with Ned that Ned doesn't kill children. Theon's not a child
Theon's not a
anymore,
child.
dude.
Yeah,
He
Theon's
is
not a child.
way outside their age of a child now. Like he
Yeah.
is a grown ass man hanging out with 15-year-olds. Like it is so funny that they're friends with each other.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Well, I mean, they don't
yeah.
they don't I guess they don't have much choice. There's not that many highborn kids to hang out with, and like it's just not that much fun to hang out with anybody else,
Yeah.
like you can try to hang out with some other people, but it's like you don't know how to read. Oh god. Like, it's
Oh
just
God.
like
You know how to ride horses?
you don't know how to ride a horse. Okay, let's go riding. You don't know how to saddle? Oh, fuck. Who do I fucking talk to? But you're right, it's like 19-year-old Theon, I feel like he'd be hanging out with Lewin more than he would Rob. Like, he'd be like, who am I gonna fucking talk to?
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
I feel like I would, if at 19, I would rather hang out with Lewin than a 15-year-old if I were
Right.
19.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, or whatever, Jory or Roderick or some,
Harwin or something. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. You can,
somebody else, some other. I mean, at least
so you're like,
Jory's highborn, right? I feel like he'd be hanging out with Jory or something.
mm. Yeah.
Um,
So you're on board with that Ned Stark would execute Theon. There's people that are like,
absolutely,
no, he would never do it.
absolutely,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. No, I mean, you forget that like this is this thing is like we all fucking love um uh Boromir, okay? But the fucking Boromir bleeding into Ned, bleeding into your
Oh
book,
yeah, yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Okay? That's the fucking problem is that you've got Boromir bleeding into Show Ned and Show
Mm.
Ned bleeding into Book Ned. Okay. Ned brought a child to an execution and executed some dude without even talking to him while like no, he's executing Theon. Like
Some people are like, oh, he raised Theon like a son. I don't know. Theon said that Ned was never really wasn't really warm with him, right? He says like the shadow
right.
of his
I also
sword was
think like
over our relationship.
there's so many weird things in the story about nature versus nurture. And
Mm.
like Theon, for example, he's been at Winterfell since the age of 10.
Mm.
And he is an arrogant fucking prick. He is a like ridiculous, like he kicks ahead because he thinks it's
Yeah.
funny. He's sleeping with women right and left. He doesn't care if he impregnates them. He like if he's being raised as a Stark son, how did he end up so fucked up? Well, like John and Rob and Bran, they're all good
So
eggs, right?
honorable. Yeah, yeah. They're so
Right? Like
honorable and
what
kind.
what did you do wrong? Like what did you do wrong,
Yeah.
Ned? Like clearly he
Yeah.
wasn't raising him.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, and Theon, I think, specifically says that he did not feel like Ned's son. Like he wanted to be his son, but he didn't feel like it. Like I think that's a
yeah,
big thing with Theon that Ned was never close with him.
yeah. So yeah, it's all silly.
And that's why he acted the way he was, is that he was rejected, so that's why he's like an asshole. He's like, yeah.
Yeah. So Edric Dane is going to show up in the fanfic. He's going to show up in the fanfic actually very soon. I don't mean and when I say very soon, I mean in the next year of chapters, there will be a chapter that Edric Dane shows up in, and it's going to be very important that Edric Dane is there. But at the same time, he's a tool for a certain plot point to happen. Like, I need Edric Dane to alert Starfall of something, for something to happen with the Aaron story. So I need Edric Dane to show up to alert Aaron so he can do something, right? Like, and so I'm gonna have him show up. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know if like how much character Edric Dane is gonna have, because he's just kind of gonna be there for a second, and
Yeah.
not that he had much character to start with. So
He's a sweet little kid. That's all he has. He's a
sweet little kid, and that's it, you know. But I mean, I'm thinking about having him show. I mean, you know, for all these spoilers for the fanfic, I feel like I spoil the fanfic for everybody. But I feel like I need to have him captured by. We know he's in the neck with the other crew of Brotherhood.
Swampy Meg.
Yeah, he's with Swampy Meg. He's hanging with Swampy Meg. So I feel like I want to have him show up in the next Theon chapter, possibly captured by Dagmar Cleftjaw. And then at some point, I haven't figured it out yet, at some point he needs to send a raven to Starfall, letting people know that Theon is alive. And then once Aaron knows that Theon's alive, Aaron can call a Kingsmoot.
Call the Kingsmoot. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
This is why I need. Yeah. So, I mean, I've thought this through on like I'm going to have Aaron show up at Starfall. Okay. But he needs to fucking call us Kingsmoot, because I need to have action. He's going to call a Kingsmoot at Harrenhal. Like specific, like that's what he's like. He's going to be too scared to go back to the Iron Isles. So he's going to say, we're going to call it at the seat of Harren the Black. So he's going to call a Kingsmoot at Harrenhal. And then, so the story can collapse to Harrenhal. Because so many characters are going to Asha and Theon and Aaron and Victarion, they're all, like, once a Kingsmoot happens, they're going to be like, fuck, we got to fucking go to fucking Harrenhal. And meanwhile, like, Sansa's heading to Harrenhal. We're getting all the characters to collapse to Harrenhal. That's the mission. So Edric Dane, I need Edric Dane to send that raven that Theon is alive. And so that's so I haven't thought about Edric Dane's character though. I'm just like, does he?
It is weird that he's like never killed somebody as a squire, especially considering they've been in many battles.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, considering that he's been hanging around an undead zombie for months. It's just. And then he eventually leaves because a different undead zombie like takes over. Yeah. It's like, fuck. The previous undead zombie, that was okay, but I don't know about this fucking undead zombie. Sam's less fat, showtating your head image. Maybe, but he should be skinny. He should be gaunt.
He should be normal size. Yeah, he should be like at least like the same weight as Gren or something like that. You know, like I don't know. Like he should not be fat, like at all at this point.
It's so funny to think about it now. Like fuck, like the Great Ranging was way too long. Like
I did not realize it was 9 months. I was like, maybe it's 3 at most. And
no, like
3 times that. Like, geez.
I mean, I can't even explain like how that would like. This is the other thing is Craster's Keep. Let's say they make it to Craster's Keep, right? But like. How are they chilling at Craster's Keep for like a month? But Craster's Keep is only a few days from the wall. Like, what are you doing? Like, we've been traveling, like, let's say Craster's Keep is a week, but you travel for a week and then chill out for like 2 weeks? Like, what are you doing? Like, You're never gonna fucking get to the Fist of the First Men at this rate.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I did not realize it was that long of a time. Oh my gosh, that changes.
I guess they're just chilling at the Fist of the First. They must. When do they fucking get to the Fist of the First Men? Now it's just like this fucking
That's
timeline.
like Sam is trying really hard to keep his weight. I don't know how.
Maybe
He's like,
there's a
he's gotta have some.
special acorn in the haunted forest
He's
that
got
has
some
like
metabolism shit.
that's
He's
like
got some like
2,000 calorie acorn.
Sam's got
Um,
like a super slow metabolism. He doesn't metabolize his food. He's like a
okay, so they get to the Fist of the First Men in John 4. According to this
mm,
timeline, they're placing that in July, leaving in February. It's like
July. Where'd they get these months from? Where do they get these
they don't. I
these
mean,
named
obviously,
months?
there's nothing.
Oh, they're just like using like a random anchor point that this is May or May 3rd or something.
Um. Okay. Oh, right. The other thing is that Gilly is showing pregnant at about 3 months, and she gives birth when they come back. So
Oh
that
my
has to be
god.
right. That has to be like 6 months. You know. Um,
Oh my god.
but she probably has
Yeah,
to be
you're right.
that. Like, oh my god. Or she early turn. It says Gilly is showing the early turns of pregnancy.
Early
In
turns.
yeah, the early turns of pregnancy, whatever that means, 3-4 months. But then she's giving birth when they return. So that's like many months. So I don't know how they're getting. The thing is, I feel like it makes more sense that they get to the Fist of the First Men and they're camped out of the Fist of the First Men for like 6 months doing nothing.
6 months they're camped at the Fist of the First. What the fuck? Like, what are they doing? Like, what are you doing? How do you even supply that? Because like their whole point is that they're trying to hunt for mants, right? And they just sit and do nothing for
Okay,
6 months.
Craster's Keep has to be further than days. Like, okay, John 2, because
That's
they
what.
make it to
Yeah.
White Tree, and White Tree is the fourth wildling village. Okay, so I guess they're traveling for a long time. It's so funny, like the timeline here, because it makes it ridiculous. Because you're just like, because again, like the wall is 300 miles, and like it's about like it's less than that distance to the Fist of the First Men, like as the crow flies. But
Yeah.
say it's bad terrain, like still, I'm still saying like 300 miles. Like you're talking like if they like leave in February, like how are they putting it as like May that they're getting to like White Tree and Craster's Keep, and you're just like, what? Like, what are you doing all of this time? It doesn't take
Let me
that
see.
long to go that far. They get to the fucking Fist of the First Men, and they just must chill there for months, just chilling. Because remember,
Let me see.
they get to the Fist of
Like
the First Men according to the timeline, because the timeline is just picking a fucking month out of nowhere. But say they got there in in June, like the first chapter of Storm of Swords, they're still at the fucking Fist of the First Men. Like, like they're just fucking there.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm in the Sam chapter where he thinks he's at White Tree. They're coming from Craster's Keep. He says the second horse had died on them 3 days out from Craster's Keep. And then I don't know if we have any information of how long after. It's more than it's plus 3 days apparently. Is Sam walking from Craster's Keep to what he thinks is White Tree?
Mm.
And that's him lost and meandering. So it's got to be. Let me see if there's any more days. Like,
But that's interesting that the White Tree chapter and the Craster's Keep chapter happen relatively close together. If he thinks he's made
yeah,
it White Tree, I mean, he's not sure if it's White Tree, but he thinks it's
he's
White
not
Tree.
sure, but it's
That,
okay.
that
Let's
still
see.
means it's in the same ballpark. It might be a different village, but it's still in the same fucking ballpark as White Tree.
Okay. All right. So he says so the horse died 3 days out from Craster's Keep, and Sam says another few days should see us there. So it's, let's say, a week. Like, I don't know when how many days it's been since the 3 days out from Craster's Keep, but like it's a week or maybe like 10 days, like at most, right?
Yeah. Wow.
So it's
So
it's
I mean,
more,
okay, I'd say that the thing that makes the most sense is they actually got to the Fist of the First Men really fast, and then chilled at the Fist of the First Men for 6 months. Because their trip back is also really fast. They're like in flight.
yeah. Traveling from Chicago to California used to take 1 to 2 years. Traveling this hard, they were scouting and mapping wildly. I don't know. They already kind of
They
know that.
constantly range. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
They should
yeah.
know the
Like,
fucking-
that's the thing, is they should know the terrain. Like, the Fist of the First Man is a known spot that they go to, right?
Right. This isn't Lewis and Clark like
Yes.
finding the local American Indian village and being like, what ways are around here? Let me map this. Like, this isn't an expedition, okay, where they're
Yeah.
like meeting locals to like show them the way and mapping along. Like, no.
Yeah. They don't have any battles. Like, they don't get any fights. Like, we specifically know it's peaceful. They don't encounter wildlings along the way. Like, it's not California, Chicago, Lewis and Clark, Great Plains. And then also, like, the Great Plains is a very different, Great Plains, deserts, mountains is very different than Haunted Forest too. Haunted Forest is less difficult terrain than the fucking Rocky Mountains and the Arizona desert and stuff. Yeah,
That's
like,
true. That's true. Getting over the Rocky Mountains, yeah. When Wynn's fanfic is done, straight to Dream of Spring or Duncan Edge She-Wolves, even Avalon. Maybe you should do She-Wolves sooner rather than later. Also, this book. Look, if I get to the end of the Wynn's fanfic, yeah, I would go on to Dream of Spring. But like, I don't think I don't know if I have enough time for Duncan.
It's a lot of your life.
I know.
Avalon.
It's
Really, like,
already
in
to the point
Avalon-
where I'm like, oh my god, the fanfic's taking so long,
Yeah.
slower than I thought, and like, I mean, the fanfic is better than I thought. The fanfic is much better than I thought it would ever be. Like, it's actually like really good, I think, but it's also taking way long, So
Yeah. 6 months. Waiting 6 months for John and Corin Halfhand to return is crazy. Like, they're dead, right?
they're
Like,
dead,
how
right?
long?
Like that's the thing, is they all accepted Benjen was dead pretty quick. They're like, what are they doing? Oh my god. What is Kalshi?
I don't know what
Oh,
Kalshi is.
prediction market. Do I have predictions for the end of 2025? I mean, I don't know. I think everything is kind of going to be exactly the same as it is now. There's going to be one more fucking horrible problem. It's nothing's going to be, troops are going to get sent into yet another American city. We're going to be like, oh, how did we get here? I think the shutdown might be at least 3 weeks. I'm trying to think like any other big, no winds of winter. Definitely no winds of winter. What are the betting markets on that? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's any good news or anything that's going to be. It's going to be like what do they say? FUBAR, right? Fucked up. No, situation. No, snafu. Situation normal. All fucked up.
We got Duncan Egg.
We got Duncan Egg. Duncan Egg.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's it.
I gotta put the going over Duncan Egg into over.
Oh yeah, I hope I was useful. Like, I realized that I'm so bad at judging kids' ages. Like, I just like don't know what a 8-year-old looks like versus a 12-year-old. You know, like I'm just like
No,
everyone's
no,
kind of
you
lumped
you were. We were
vaguely.
talking about horses. I rode a lot. So Trey rides now. I rode a lot when I was young, and so I was just going over the horse stuff, and like I mean I was gonna try to keep it brief in that, but it was like the thing about like help me saddle the horse, and he's like, oh, he was a really good worker. And you're like, it's like brushing a horse for fucking 5 minutes. Like once he was a really good worker once he put his mind to something. It's like you fucking brushed a horse for 5 minutes. Like what? And then they hauled that they hoisted the saddle up together. I'm like, he's fucking 8 years old. Like he's not hoisting shit. He's just in the fucking way. Like what are you fucking talking about?
He could clean. He could definitely clean a frog, like you know, like the hoof. Get him to do that.
They don't
He'd
mention
brush
the
it.
hoof. They don't mention
It's
the
very
hoof.
simple. They would be very simple. Like,
They said they brushed down the horse. They hoisted up the saddle, and then they cinched it. They didn't bridle the fucking horse, and they didn't do a hoof. They didn't do a hoof check, and they didn't do a wellness. They didn't do a wellness trot. Okay, all right. All the fucking things that you do when you're actually like riding horses. You do a wellness check. You lead him around, see how he walks. You check the bottom of your fucking hooves. Doesn't do any of that. They didn't fucking bridle him. They didn't fucking bridle the
they
horse.
didn't bridle him. George doesn't think about this. And then, yeah, and that's the thing where you're getting like you might get a difficult horse where it doesn't like to be bridled and stuff. You got to like force it in. I hate bridling a horse. Oh my gosh, it's like, and you just get like slime all over your hands and stuff.
I just could.
You're right.
I also just would never judge like how good a worker is based on like on like saddling a horse. Like it takes 15 minutes. Like it's not like it's not it's not a huge undertaking. Like help me saddle this horse. Like Dunk, you can do that. You've been doing it every day for like.
It's pretty. Dunk should like because that's the thing is like it's all you have to keep track of it's not that hard. You're right, it's not that hard. You just need to keep track of like the girth and how many holes do you do the girth strap normally for this horse. Like it's all
Stuff that Egg wouldn't know.
Yeah, that's the thing is Egg wouldn't know how many holes to bring the girth to. Like you would only know that by riding the same horse over and over again and know that like, ooh, this horse is one that sucks in its gut when you or pushes out its gut when you're saddling it. So you have to check it again once the horse is kind of chilled out and forgotten
like
that.
The kid would just be in the way. Like it's one of those jobs where you're like, I'm just gonna do it myself because doing it with somebody else is just a fucking pain in the butt.
Yeah,
You know,
what's the context? Is it just him showing up to the tourney or something, or what?
No. He wakes up in the morning, and Egg's like, are we gonna have breakfast? And he's like, breakfast after our work's done. Help me saddle this horse. And they brushed him down. They hoisted up. They said together. They brushed him down, hoisted up the saddle, and cinched him tight. And then he's ready to go. Okay. Like a bunch of jobs that you don't need two people for. Like you don't need two people to hoist the saddle up. Like, and you don't need two people to cinch the horse shut like tight. Okay.
Yeah.
And, like in both of those situations, the boy is in the way. This is like it's like me saying to like an 8-year-old, help me change this light bulb. Like it's a fucking one-man job. Like you don't need fucking two people to fucking change a light bulb. Like
George should have wrote it like I stood over him as he cleaned the hooves and brushed him down.
I observed him as he did. Yeah, as he did a wellness check of the horse. Like you're like he can't even brush like the top of the horse. Like
you're 100% right because I've had the same experience where two people you're in the way. Like it's a one-person job for it. If two people, there's only so much space and you're just going to be in the way. You're right. He should have just said like. I stepped aside. I stepped aside and watched Ed, and told Ed brush down the horse and
because then it's like he had trouble with his height getting like pushing on the saddle. Then you're adding some character to the situation, like him trying, even though like this is a job above his head, but he's like tenacious about it.
He wants to, yeah. That's cute. And that would tell you so much about Egg as a character that he really wants this, even though he's not cut out for it right now. But he's willing to learn. He's eager to learn, as opposed to him like yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, no. Like a 6'6" man and a 4 foot child hoisted a saddle together. Like,
Because you're right. Yeah, saddle's heavy even for an adult. Like a saddle's heavy, and I think medieval saddles are even heavier, where it's like
oh, I'm
wood
sure.
or something like that. Like
Yeah, yeah,
they
yeah.
don't make them out of leather.
It's English saddle. Yeah, yeah. English style saddle with like a wood piece. Yeah.
Because when I would carry them, you would like carry them on your shoulder, like a propane tank or something like that. Not as heavy as something like that, but they're heavy. Yeah.
Sansa, Cersei, Marjorie, etc. all have had childhood friends. Is it weird that we never hear about Lyanna having any friends? Huh.
Starkcest. Starkcest.
Starks.
Her one friend was Benjen or
Her
whatever.
one friend was Benjen. You're right. Yeah, I mean, you are right that we could easily add a woman in the story
Yeah.
to have. I mean, it's beyond that. Like, she should Sansa have ladies in waiting in Winterfell? Isn't it weird that
Probably.
Sansa doesn't have ladies in waiting in Winterfell?
Who it is weird that Lysandra doesn't have ladies in waiting. She's certainly old. Like if or a bedwarmer, right? Like I guess
Hmm.
she's got Jane, right? Jane Poole is like her,
Yeah, yeah. I guess she's got
I
Jane Poole.
guess. She's
Yeah,
got Jane Poole.
but they never classify Jane Poole as her. I mean, I guess
I
she's
don't
like
think so.
her bed warmer, bed companion.
Yeah. I'm
Um,
thinking of like Cersei because Cersei has
Heather
Heddle or whatever.
Spoon and the
Yeah.
other one that survives that needs to come back to the story. Um,
Yeah.
and then and we hear about everybody else like I mean
Everybody else having
Ariane
friends.
has childhood friends, like she's got a bunch of them. She's hanging out with
Yeah.
Tyene constantly.
You're
um
right that Liana has
Ilva
no
Santigar.
female friends. No female friends for Liana. Like you could have Lady Dustin. That Lady Dustin seemed like she was the right age for
You're right.
maybe having some
She's
overlap for
fucking
Liana.
she's fucking her brother. She needs to be around him too. They could have had Lady
Yeah.
Dustin be the. But the thing is, Lady Dustin speaks about her more in distance. She's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
that girl was half a horse." She could have said like she was my best friend.
Hmm.
You know.
Yeah. Liana. Who does Liana have? Yeah, Liana doesn't have anyone. You could maybe make like who's a right age for that sort of thing in the story that's left. Like it's literally just Lady Dustin, right? Like we don't have
Right.
any other female characters of that like 30-ish age group.
Right. I mean, the Mormont women, but we don't hear about them being at fucking
Oh
Winterfell.
yeah. You need to have a Lady Mage or not Lady Mage. Who's the one that or no, she's like Asha's age, right? The one that's
Yeah, yeah.
the
Um,
oh, that's
what
a
does
good
it say about
question.
Barbary
Who's
Dustin's age? Barbary Dustin born around 268 or 262. That would make Barbary Dustin 20. She's a little old to be friends with Liana, I suppose. I don't know how they do these calculations. They always do the Barbary.
somebody's like the tomboy has no female friends, the horror. But the problem is the culture. Like that's the thing is the culture of the world is like you have a lady in waiting and you have female friends. Like
Right.
there should be something that she like drove off her female friends or something. Um
Yeah, I mean this idea that like, oh, in these harsh northern areas, people didn't have friends. Like, what are you talking about? Like, every place in the world, people have friends, and every place in the world, rich people who are like trying to prevent their little girl from getting her maidenhead broken too early have people around her to prevent her maidenhead from getting broken early. Like everybody
yeah.
fucking has that shit.
And
Um,
also, there's like the thing of like we want you to have the girl nearby in the household so that maybe one of the sons marries her, that they have
right.
interaction. So
Right.
like,
Not to mention like the women teach each other about how to be a lady and all sorts of like
mm,
things. I mean, you're just massively wealthy. You don't dress yourself. Like that's just
yeah,
yeah, let me look at the Mormont family.
yeah, it made me realize there's very few female northern characters. Like maybe are there any Manderleys that are like of the right age?
who's like morbidly, she's like her best friend was just morbidly
My
obese.
best friend is big is
I
like
could
what's the
barely fit in the
Vanderleest?
bed.
Like how
Um,
old is Wyman Vanderlee is older? Hornwood? Is there like a Hornwood lady?
so right, Alice Sane is around the same age as um,
Called
Daisy Mormont, born sometime between 251 and 277. So you could make Daisy Mormont her friend if you want, I guess, because we don't have the ages of this stuff, but maybe make a lady, some sort of companion. But you're right. I mean,
like I think that the thing is George wanted a tomboy, and he's like tomboys don't have female
Kamala
friends.
does female
Yeah.
friends. Yeah, yeah. Um, I mean, you're right that
It's like Arya. Arya doesn't really have female friends, right? Besides
I mean,
the
like,
waif.
yeah. I don't even know if you Beth
The
Cassell, like what, like,
Weasel. I don't
yeah, she has
know.
Weasel. You're right. She has Weasel.
So I guess it is like Arya, and I guess it's fitting that she has mostly male friends. Somebody
Oh,
says Gianna Reed. Like I guess is that Howland Reed's wife?
wife. Yeah, you could make that if you wanted. But you almost feel like meeting Howland Reed was like uh, a first time thing. Like, I don't know,
Yeah.
at Heron
If
Hall.
she knows his
Sister. Yeah, it changes the
yeah,
story. Oh, actually, no, because then you could be like, okay, after
that's how they met.
that's
Yeah,
how
they
they
met through
met.
Liana
Gianna. Well, yeah, well, I guess we need to know what Gianna's fucking.
house.
But everyone would be like, why is Liana and Gianna hanging out? Fucking Liana and Gianna.
Gianna is a Krannig woman, so she's presumably we don't know her surname. They like the wiki doesn't even give her surname as Reed. It's just Gianna. She's just Lady Gianna.
Do they really know she's a Krannig woman?
No, I think that's extrapolation from because it says she's only named in the appendix in Feast for Crows and Dance.
Right. So the
So
Feast for
this is
Crows appendix.
extrapolation.
Yeah. The Feast for Crows appendix. Oh, let me get this.
Let me see.
Gianna.
Howland Reed. Oh, of the Kranigmen. His wife Gianna of the Kranigmen. So that I think
I
that
guess she is
implies that
Krannig. Well, it wasn't
she's
even fucking
Krannig.
her.
It
So
wasn't even her. They met in the swamps. They met over Lizard Lion or something like that. Yeah.
there's a very funny, but or she's there and she just doesn't know Howland Reed, but then like they're like, I know another Krannig person you should marry.
It's like
There's a
the gay friend, the other gay guy at the
yeah,
workplace.
because Kranig's well, have you heard about the movie Grand Canyon? It's got Danny Glover and Kevin Kline in it. And there's this very funny scene. There's a very funny scene where Kevin Kline befriends Danny Glover randomly. I think Danny Glover like saves his life somehow. And Danny Glover's black and Kevin Kline's white, and they're very different people, right? Different class. But now they've become friends. And Kevin Kline, like, he goes into work, and there's another black woman at work, and he's like, and he starts talking to her, and it's a work acquaintance, and he's like, are you seeing anybody? And she's like, no. And he's like, I have someone that I'd like to introduce you to. And she's like, okay. And so this woman goes out with Danny Glover and they end up like falling in love and like intensely. And it's like an incredible relationship. But then later in the movie, they're like, don't you think it was really fucking weird that your friend like introduced us? And she goes back and she's like, did you only introduce us because we were both black? And he's like, yeah, I guess I did. Like he's like, I didn't think about it, but yeah, I guess that makes sense. And she's like, that's really fucked up and racist. And she's like, and he's like, yeah, sorry about that. Did it not work out? And she's like, no, it worked out incredibly. She worked out really well. And he's like, oh. It's like this wonderfully awkward like scene where they're like, oh. But I just thought about that, like Gianna, like you've got to date this girl Gianna. Why? Because we're both Kranich men? Like will we visit Wendish Town and the Lie? Yeah, maybe.
When
You know, this idea about like I understand that like when George really did this, and this is getting back to like the when Raymond Derry and
this thing,
Vance and
yeah.
everybody come in and they talk about
The
everything. Now obviously I knew at the time George just didn't do his geography, and like there's definitely something weird and fishy, but I do kind of feel like now that we're in the Riverlands and so much of the story is going to eventually get to the Riverlands, that I think there will be time because all the characters are going to be coming to Harrenhal, and so I think at this time we could probably get into it. So I would say that yes, we probably will be getting into Wendish Town and the Lie and what happened. I don't know how though. Nymeria, yeah, obviously Nymeria is going to come back. I have an idea on what I want to do with Nymeria. But I think people are going to be unhappy with my decision on what I'm going to do with Nymeria.
oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, no. I think Malor the Dornishman is gonna have a is gonna right. Like I just think that it would be
The
so
fuck is Malor the
shocking.
Dormishman? Is that it like a brave companion?
No, Malor the Dornishman is
The
this
fuck is this?
random ass character that was that disappeared in a Game of Thrones.
What?
And and so one of the other characters that disappeared at the same time kept getting listed in the appendices as being imprisoned at Riverrun. You know, so I was like, oh, it makes sense that if that guy's in prison at Riverrun, Malor the Dornishman is in prison at Riverrun, and that way the people and so he shows up in the fanfic, like the like everybody is searching for Jamie, and so like Malor the Dornishman is one of the men searching for Jamie.
That is so funny.
Yeah, you're like
Oh my
looking up Malor the
gosh.
Dornishman.
I've never heard this character, and it's like some random sellsword in Game of Thrones and never brought up again.
Right. Well, he's in the fanfic already, man. Malor the Dornishman, man. So I think Malor the Dornishman is going to have an
Like I love
interesting.
that you're still discovering characters that have disappeared from the story.
Oh my
Like
god,
that
there's so
one,
many. It's so great.
the other black brother, like the other black brother that was sent out as a traveling
Yeah,
wandering crow. You're like, what? This guy's back.
it's so much fun. It's so much fucking fun. Because a lot of times you're like, what characters should we have here? Well, now we know this lost fucking character comes back. Um, Littlefinger and Varys don't seem to know fully what the other is up to. Seems odd that two big schemers are clueless on each other. Dots. It's so certainly Varys doesn't know what Littlefinger is up to. That we know because because Varys is quite honest with Illyrio and says, I mean, unless Varys is lying to Illyrio, which I don't see why he would lie. And I think George has said in an interview that the two of them don't really know what they're up to. I think it might be likely and fun if Littlefinger had some sort of hint of what Varys is up to. I think that's a little more fun because then it gets into like Penny, and
Hmm.
if you can make Penny a Littlefinger agent, that he at least is aware or wants to learn more about about what Varys is up to. That
Hmm.
if you can get Penny integrated into the party, she can kill Tyrion eventually, but she can learn about the Dany plot and stuff like that for Littlefinger. I think that makes Penny into an interesting character, that she's a Littlefinger agent the whole time, and then we can, because it just doesn't seem like Littlefinger to not really like be very interested in what Varys is up to. I mean,
Mm.
I mean, I could get that like Varys can't figure out what Littlefinger is doing because Littlefinger is fucking irrational and keeps everything to himself. But the other way around, I don't know. Varys has got this fucking network of spies. You think that like, and is in the walls constantly. You think Littlefinger would be aware of some of that,
Yeah.
you know? So, but I do think George has said that they don't seem to know about each other's plans, but I think it makes more, it's more fun and makes more sense for Littlefinger to know more about Varys than Varys about Littlefinger. Uh, uh, uh.
Oh, you're getting towards the end. I can see. These are
Right.
some of the last questions, which is good.
Did Davos and Stannis know each other? Because at some point people are talking and they well, some people see that I have like this many super chats and they're like, okay, he's never gonna get to me. Fuck. Like, but did Davos and Stannis know each other at all before Davos smuggled the onions? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Doubt it. Like it seems like Davos is operating King's Landing, right? I guess like he seems like he might have visited Dragon. Well, he did. Stannis didn't get Dragonstone before the war. You're right. Like I don't think they would interact because Stannis isn't master of strips yet either.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't think they knew each other. I think it is. I mean, I do think that it's it's very weird that Davos is just like, fuck it, I'm gonna like roll the dice and smuggle this shit in for Stannis, like YOLO. Um, because I mean, I'm trying to think like when he does it, and at that point, did they think that that was going to be the winning side, you know? But
Mm.
like how the Trident happened. If the Trident had happened, maybe he was like, "Fuck it, like this is my chance." Um, but I do wonder like when exactly like he saved him. Um, was it near the end? Like I don't know. Um, when did Davos smuggle? Because wait, isn't Davos is then given a command for the assault on Dragonstone, so he does get integrated in after that, rises up. So, but yeah, I don't think they knew each other at all, and
Yeah.
it's just one of those things where he's like, "Huh, I know how to get past a blockade, and I know how to go into the secret compartment in
In Storm's End.
beneath Storm's End."
Which is why. What was he doing? Like, yeah, almost need like a story of him smuggling something in during Aerys's rule or something, that like there was a secret thing going on between him and like the Castellan or some servants that work there. Like it's weird that Davos knows that information.
I mean, even that cave is really weird because where do like the Baratheons, do they use that port? You know, like,
Mm.
and for their ships, because they can't dock anywhere else. But if they're going through that port, like how much of a secret is it? I don't know. It's
Storm's End doesn't make much sense to me. I don't know why Storm's End is strategic and why you would build a castle at Storm's End when
where
a
there's
place
no
that
dock, like you can't.
there's
You can't
no
dock there.
docks.
Like let's
Yeah.
build the castle on the fucking cliffs of Moher. Like why would you do that? Like why would you? I mean, for anybody that don't know what I'm talking about, the Cliffs of Moher is in Ireland, and it's just it's absolutely like if there's one thing that you're gonna see if you go to Ireland, there's one fucking thing to go see in Ireland. It's the cliffs, and but it's also like yeah, like there's no port. There's no fucking port. So what do you do? What do you do?
I think
Um,
somebody's saying, I think so. Stannis saw his parents shipwreck from Storm's End, so presumably the port is visible from the walls of Storm's End. So there must have been something, but like
right. I mean,
why?
I
I don't.
guess. I mean, I suppose they could because it's small. You can't take a big
It's
ship in.
small. You have to.
So they must
Yeah.
like have a dinghy, and then they send the dinghy in from the main boat into the secret
Why?
port.
Why live there? Like yeah. Like why? Because if you could easily die in a fucking shipwreck, like of like not far from land, like why would you do this?
Right. That's the thing is you kind of need expertise to like get in and luck because it's like Davos describes going past like spears of rocks and like
Yeah.
getting
Yeah.
in
Like
into their secret like little port thing. Uh, and
yeah.
because I had to research all of that for the fanfic when Arion does the same trip that Davos does in that and it's just yeah it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that anyone would want to take that risk except in an emergency situation. You know,
Yeah.
like you'd think you just like, well, I'm gonna pour it at fucking Griffin's Roost and fucking walk. But then what's the point? What's the point of any of it? Like there's no strategy. It's just there's all these things about the map that don't make sense. Like why there's not a huge city at Salt Pans. Like Salt Pans should fucking be enormous, and stuff like that. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Like
Yeah.
should like why would you build a fort at Storm's End? Like the whole point of castles is that if there is a baggage train going by, you can like it stops marches because if a baggage trains are long, and so you need to take a castle or else your army is susceptible to a sortie coming out of the castle and destroying your fucking baggage train or destroying your lines, right?
Yeah.
So like castles are going to be on the march to somewhere else. So say you're Dornish and you're fucking heading for King's Landing. I mean, Storm's End is built before all of this. So, but still, you're heading through the Prince's Pass and you're heading towards, I mean, I guess they built the King's Road to go by it, I suppose. The King's Road like turns, or where is the King? The King's.
Another map shows that the King's Road goes past it, or it doesn't even go past it. It's nowhere near the King's Road apparently.
Right, like that was the South map from Game of Thrones.
Let me see. Yeah, here's the world, a wiki of Ice and Fire. The King's Road isn't even near it. It's nowhere near Storm's End, if that's accurate.
Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Maybe.
Okay, so we've got this.
Okay, maybe they're
like if I'm going through the Bone Way. If I'm going through the Bone Way and I want to head towards King's Landing, why would I fucking walk all the way past Storm's End to then take this like road through the Kingswood? Why wouldn't I go fucking straight up?
Right.
Right? Which, when you look at this map, you're like, why is Summerhall still a goddamn ruin? Summerhall is very fucking important. Like, why would you leave that place of all fucking places a ruin? Summerhall should not be like a place for like vacation homes. That should be a huge, huge fort. The Prince's Pass, that makes sense to me, except that Tower of Joy probably shouldn't be in ruin. All of these should be like active forts because you're taught, But like, well, geez, like there should be something. There should be castles in between here stopping anything. But King's Landing didn't exist. So say we're talking
My only explanation for Storm's End is that somebody built it for some other purpose than to be defensive as a castle, and then people just are living in it now. Like
Yeah,
it's the hydroelectric dam
the
thing, and they're just
hydroelectric dam
using it.
plant, right? And that
Yeah,
it's just
because
really
I see no strategic value of it at all for any reason. Like you wouldn't build a village there. You wouldn't build like a city there. Like I just don't know because it's intentionally very difficult to dock and navigate.
yeah.
And so
Because a lot
why
of the
you send
rest
it
of
there?
the fucking map makes sense to me. Like if you live in Highgarden
Yeah,
and you want to stop a Dornish attack, yeah, you'd have Night Song. Like that fucking makes sense. Like,
yeah.
you know, like a lot of this makes sense. Or Horn Hill, like, seems to be close to the Rose Road. That makes sense. Like a lot of these things make sense to me. Um Harrenhal doesn't make much. Well, Harrenhal was built late. So
Hmm.
but some of these things where I'm just like, Lord Haraway's town should be the fucking most important place on the map. Oh my god. Lord Haraway's town should be just there should it's like the inn at the crossroads. Like the most important fucking crossing of the goddamn Trident and Willow and Gendry are fucking holding it. Like what are you doing? like like some people have pointed out like why is the twins that important? And you're like it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. like there's nothing on that side of the river. Like what are they doing? Right? Like what are you doing? What are you doing, twins? Hey, look at this. Like
Yeah, yeah. That's
there's
wait.
nothing. There's old stones. Like all these people that want to get to. I mean, I guess if you want to get to Seaguard and Old Stones, but like that's a ruin. So
So yeah, Rob's army needs to go on the west bank of the river.
right.
Why don't they just go down further and cross at Lord Haraway's town or something like that?
Um,
Was it immediate? Was it immediate to go west? He's like, I need to go west at this time.
because he wanted to get to Whispering Wood and he wanted to like surprise because he sends half his army down the King's Road as a
Okay.
diversion
Oh
on the
yeah.
one side near the crossroads, and then he comes down the other, and
And that's a surprise.
that's a
Okay.
surprise. But it's like one of these surprises because like why would anyone go down this like not very traveled route? But then it's like, well, if
Yeah.
that's not a very traveled route, why is the twins that important? And it's like, well, the twins is important for Seaguard. That's about it.
Hmm.
But it's like, well, why didn't Seaguard build a road to like to River Run?
And now that I'm looking at this map too, it's weird that don't the Freys and the Dairies have like a rivalry or something like that?
Yeah, according to the elder brother.
So so the Freys and Seaguard, the Malisters should really have a rivalry because they live like right next to
Oh
each
yeah,
other.
and their entire economic opportunity, like the entire economic connection of Seaguard to the rest of the world is reliant on the twins. Like they should
On
be
the
like
twins.
very angry about all the duty that they have to pay to the twins.
Yeah.
Like
That's
these,
weird.
yeah.
Where yeah, I'm looking for Derry on this map. Like where is Derry?
Derry, I mean, people think it's kind of near Harrenhal.
Yeah. That's weird. That's weird that yeah, he does like this the Stark and Lannister, Blackwood and Bracken, Frey and
Derry.
Derry. And you're like, what?
Like
It's like people that
ran out of pears. Ran out of pears. Did you? Yeah, the map is
that's weird.
yeah. Okay. Um, Under Siege was a freaking college assignment. Lower your expectations. Well, Under Siege's first iteration was for the college assignment. Fortress is what it was called, and then he repurposed it. He added the time travel later. Um, How do White Walkers control whites? The best I have is some degree of like telepathy, telekinesis of some sort. George has done this. Like there's a story called Night Flyers that George has had animated dead bodies in other stories. So he had the Corpse Handler trilogy, where he had like electrodes in the back of the person's head to like animate their bodies. That in that situation though, the bodies were alive, but the brains were dead, so they were only corpses in the sense that they were mindless, and they were used for sex work and
Mining.
hauling stuff. Yeah, mining and stuff. So then, then he has the one where he animates dead bodies is Night Flyers. For some reason, the telekinetic, like mother that's in the computer decides to like animate some dead bodies to attack some people, which you just
And like
yeah.
it animates like limbs, right? Just like
Yeah.
stray limbs, like even just like an arm floating holding a thing.
Which
Or-
is kind of, I mean, I understand why he does it because he thinks it's scary, but it's kind of stupid because like if you have telekinesis where you can throw a knife at somebody, you don't
yeah,
need to animate an arm to then like attack someone with a knife. Like you
right,
already can animate the knife. Like you don't need something to be the wielder of it. Um,
right.
so
Yeah.
that's the whole thing about like why do it. But White Walkers, yeah, they seem to be able to telepathically, telekinetically animate zombies. The zombies make no sense in many, many senses. Like once you die, your body begins decaying, the muscles can't function. It's a stupid concept. Like
You need
zombies is
energy for that. You need
yeah,
energies for things to fire and move. Yeah, yeah.
right. Like think about like how many calories we have to eat every day just to fucking move, and
Yeah.
operate. And somehow you're just like, no, you're just moving as a dead body. It's so stupid. Um, but yeah, I guess it's some sort of weird telepathy, telekinesis. They seem to have a hive mind. Maybe it's just, some people just be like, oh, it's magic, but it's true. But George did it with telepathy and telekinesis before. Um, Val was supposed to be at the wall to tell people. Oh, to tell people about the baby swap. Yeah, and then John sends away Val. So Val couldn't even tell anybody. But oh my god. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Val does come back, so I mean, I guess Val knows the secret. But um, so I suppose I'm trying to think if anybody else knows about the swap besides Val. I can't think of anybody, but it does help that Val, but then he sends Val away. So like that period of time is just very dangerous. It's just very dangerous. Plus Val is kind of I mean, she gets a little attached to, you're supposed to sense that she gets attached to Monster. Um, Favorite holiday. Oh, isn't everybody's favorite holiday Thanksgiving?
I like
Doesn't
Thanksgiving.
everyone like everybody loves Thanksgiving?
Like Halloween. I'm a Halloween fan too. But as I get older, it's a little different, you know.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Halloween's really fun, but but there there is this like period of time where adults now seem to celebrate Halloween even more than the kids, especially like
Yeah.
20 somethingers, like
Yeah.
dressing up as slutty Darth Vader and slutty, yeah.
Gosh.
But yeah, no, Thanksgiving has a special is just kind of nice because you just get really good food. I also like the principle of Thanksgiving in that the foods you eat are actually American foods that are of the season. And
Hmm.
so like um, in Europe, it's funny being in Europe because for a while, because Europeans are really fascinated with the holiday of Thanksgiving because they see it in movies, but it's not something they get to actually experience very much because it's a very private family holiday. Like
Mm.
you have when you have Thanksgiving, it's you and usually in maybe another family, and you get together and you have Thanksgiving dinner, or it's you and an extended family. But it's very rarely you and a bunch of random friends. Like that's not what Thanksgiving is. Like you can celebrate Christmas that way. You can celebrate Fourth of July with friends. You can celebrate a lot of things with friends. But Thanksgiving is your fucking family holiday. And so if you are, say, a German person in America, you don't even like you may not get invited to a Thanksgiving. You may not see it. So you see it in movies, but it's not something. It's a very private kind of thing behind closed doors. It's one of the few things that like Americans have that the rest of the world doesn't actually get to see for
Mm.
real. Because it's our only. I mean, yeah, Christmas is a family holiday, but they have Christmas. So it's like
Yeah.
the only, and I understand that the Canadians and Mexicans have Thanksgiving, but whatever. We got American Thanksgiving. It's a very American holiday that is very private.
Mm.
And so I remember we were in Germany and um, my wife had a big Thanksgiving party and like every one of her friends, like everyone was like, I'm going. Like, and so we have this like huge crowd of people uh, for this party because they all wanted to fucking go to Thanksgiving. And it's weird, it's like, well, you kind of go back and you kind of like, so I had to do a bunch of research on like what Thanksgiving is and like, and you're like, oh, each of the foods is straight up American of the late harvest. Like it's squash and pumpkin,
Mm.
and you go down the list and you're like, oh right, yeah, that does grow fairly late in the season. Like um turkey, straight up American bird, like straight up. It is through and through American. The only thing, cranberries, late season harvest, all sorts of stuff. The
Mm.
only one that is a fucking abomination is the green beans. Okay, green beans are not are a summer crop. So you have to like traditionally you end up with canned green beans, which are horrible, and so you have these
Yeah.
like green bean casseroles that are disgusting. So like, and it was like a whole like trick to try to get people like the to get people like the canned food industry tried to promote the green bean salad and stuff like that. Like you get mushroom soup, canned mushroom soup, and canned green beans, and you mix them together, and that's going to be Thanksgiving. It was this big fucking trick, but everything else is like straight up, really, really,
American.
it's really like, and I'm like really American, and
I
it's
love
not,
that.
but it's also like it's American in a way that's like actually kind of nice. Like
Mm.
it's not fucking in your face speedboats, like American flag, like bullshit. Like right? Like it's actually like
It's like the
food.
continent itself.
Yeah, it's like it's actually like something that's very of the land, of
Mm.
really good food. So it's like it's our only holiday that I really think is kind of like classy and cultural and true to like
Yeah.
American history and like the American continent and things like
It's
that.
like it's like American in the way that like buffaloes and bald
Yeah.
eagles are like, yeah, yeah, that
Yeah.
it's like an animal that just lives here that is unique to our area and nowhere else in the world do they exist, kind of thing.
Yeah. So it was, that's my favorite for that reason. Plus it's just like, you don't do anything. You just chill out and eat and you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
And even the little things that get added to it, like American football's on. Well, yeah, that's a very American thing, American football. We're just going to sit around and watch a few American football games, and
Mm.
and that's it. That's fine. It's really quite nice. Everything else tacked onto it, like fucking Black Friday, is an abomination. But
Yeah, yeah.
whatever. um, To be fair to the fanfic guy, he was sailing to Valyria. This is. Do you remember what the
This is
fan?
the Euron. This is the Euron thing where he has the people strapped to the prow of the ship
Oh,
or
right, right,
something.
right.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
see. I see. I see. If he's like doing something super crazy.
Having him go to Valyria is it kind of defeat like the whole point is that Euron's a liar, right? That
Yeah.
Roderick the Reader is calling him out, and rightly so. And for it to kind of undo that no, he actually did go to Valyria.
Wow, 1,000 calorie day deficit can make a person lose a kilo a week. Oh yeah,
Tiny.
absolutely. I think so. I think I read a pound of fat is 3,000 calories. So like, I think it's even three. Oh, I'm sorry, 30 is a pound. Yeah, yeah. So that works out to a kilo. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 1,000 calories. If you go deficit of 3,000 calories in a week, you will lose 1 pound. This works out. This works out exactly the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're talking. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I got this is random. I know we're trying to finish up, but I got in an argument with somebody earlier this week about the Green Men
Oh
and
yeah.
how the Hot D showed like behind the scenes of the Green Men, and they literally look like fantasy fawn,
Yes,
like
I saw the picture.
satyr stuff, and I was like, and people are like. I was kind of arguing that like I don't see that as George doing something like that to have like straight up fantasy monster minotaur looking thing be real, that George cares about biology and evolution and things making sense biologically, and then
Yeah,
also
yeah.
he just like subverting your expectations and stuff. But there's a segment of fans that are like, no, the Green Men are going to look exactly how Old Nan describes them. Like, why would they
That
be
that
any different?
you are. I agree with you, Trey, 100%. That George has never had a legend be exactly as the legend is, right?
Yes,
Like,
yeah,
like I think like Night Flyers is the straight up full example of that, where it's just like, no, like the Vulcan was not the fucking Vulcan of anybody's story. It was something else. Hello, hello.
Trey, is this
hey,
the guy in my
it's that
thread
guy
that I tagged
where
you
I
in that
was
you were
just
arguing
like,
with?
you don't understand George as a writer. Like George doesn't. George loves to subvert the legend. He doesn't like the legends being. He likes the legends
Yeah,
having a kernel of truth that's misunderstood. That's throughout his entire career. That's something he loves to do.
yeah.
Like
Did that guy reply to you, Trey? Like, was he like going back
I
and
think
forth with you?
he was like, no, there's magic in the story. So I think Centaur Man or Satyr Man is totally logical. Like
It's utterly missing the point. Like
yeah,
so many things would have fit better than having him actually be a satyr. Like having him be a spaceman alien fits more. Having him be
right,
just a dude with a hat fits more. Having him be
yeah,
a person with werewoods strapped to their head fits more. Having them be actually like um a guy's like goat, like a goat herder where the story
right,
just got out of control fits more George. Like it's like it has to be something that's a subversion of expectations where it's like, well, that wasn't it at all, you know?
yeah. That there's
Because
like, because yeah, there's so many examples like the unicorns not being like horses with horns, but they're actually like woolly rhinos
sure,
or goats or
yeah.
something. Like yeah, or the
But
giants. The giants are not like giant
I'm
humans;
just
they're
thinking of almost every fucking
Sasquatches.
thing he did, like the fucking like tough voyaging, beginning with the goddamn Plague Star legend. You know,
Yeah.
you're like, oh right. Or even in
Trey,
the
I
sense,
should
even in Ice and
apologize.
Fire, how everybody had their story about the comet.
Oh
And
yeah,
we
they're all
know that
wrong.
they're all wrong because we all know what comets are. We know that comets are ice flying through space, and they're all sitting there
Yeah,
going, well, I think it's Mormon's torch, and you're like, well, I
yeah.
think it's the great, like, no, it's a fucking piece of ice flying through space. Like, that's like, you're all idiots. Like,
I
Trey,
know.
I
Oh
should
my gosh.
apologize because I tagged you in that knowing fully well it drive you nuts. I know how to
Well,
push Preston's buttons. I know how to push yours now too.
it's just like it's like the people that are like John's gonna be the hero, Danny like are gonna get
right.
married and sit the Iron Throne. Like you're like you're missing the entire point of what George believes and what
Yeah.
like even just how George writes. Like George does not write that like, oh, the legends of this thing, we meet the thing and it's exactly how the legends describe it. He just never does that. He does it's subverted. Like it's subverted in a way that's interesting and surprising.
Right. It's like
but-
how Sansa thinks her, like, what does Sansa think about her life with Joffrey and how it's going to be? Oh, it gets subverted. Like the plan never works out, right? Like Tyrion is on his fucking boat to Essos, and the whole time he's like, well, where am I going? Am I going to Dorne? Am I going to Bravos? No, well, no, you're at Pentos. Like it's just how he writes it.
Yeah.
Like whatever he writes,
was like,
it's subverted.
the guy was using he's like the dragons are exactly how the legends describe them, and like they're kind of I was like they're kind of not like he goes out of his way to say that the dragons are very biological and that there's the twist that they're sexless like salamanders and stuff. Like there's all these twists that and I think like that doesn't work. Like it actually works against your argument, guy. But
I love how this bothers you, man. You should
it bothered me. It bothered me because like he was so adamant about it, and I was just like, for multiple reasons, I was like, George cares about biology. Like he's gone out of his way multiple times. He cares about evolution with this stuff, with legendary creatures like the unicorns, the giants, the dragons. Like the World Book specifically has a weird thing about centaurs, that legends of centaurs are probably misunderstandings of Dothraki riding horses or something, like, which I feel like that comes from George. Like, so there's that. And then there's also like the next level of like, he subverts your expectations all the time. Like that's his whole thing, is he subverts it. So you have two reasons for why the Green Men would not look that way. That he cares about biology, and then he subverts.
I didn't realize you were so passionate about this. This could have been a whole fucking like video.
Just say it. This guy was pissing me off because it was just.
I mean, it does. Yeah, I do think that like House of the Dragon is getting it wrong on the Green Men. They're just fucking getting it wrong on the Green Men. I mean, unless those guys like later get into a spaceship and you find out they're fucking aliens, like they're getting it fucking wrong.
I agree with you. They're getting it wrong in the Green Men, but they're getting Alicent's story like completely right. Her turning on her son and just the lesbian stuff. That's really where it's at for me.
When I read Fire and Blood, I mean, hi Preston, been listening to you for 10 years. Thank you, William. I wanted to see if you'd heard of the book New Sun by Gene Wolfe. Love to hear your thoughts on it. Thanks. You're not the first person, William, to bring up this book series. Like a lot of people have brought. I think at least on 2 other occasions in the past, somebody's asked me about this, because I remember that it takes place in South America, but it's not. It has like a different name. Like this is the map that they've like included in it. This is like the land. And you're like, oh, okay, there it is. Very clearly. But yeah, no, this was brought up, and I'm trying to remember. He wrote this from 1980 to 1987. And according to a 1998 poll, this was the number 3 among the 36 all-time best fantasy novels before 1990. Thing is, once you get to 1990, there's such a boom that I like now, like since the return of, because people would be like Wheel of Time and Game of Thrones and everything, like the huge fantasy boom after this. But yeah, it is. What's it? Severian life parallels Jesus occasionally. Man descending into a cave of man apes, being in the harrowing of hell scenes. Oh, that's interesting that they bring up the harrowing of hell. A resurrection of Dorcas. It's funny. I mean, I understand why you're bringing this up because I had to do all that harrowing of hell research for the Harrower chapter in the fanfic and stuff like that. No, I should read this. There's all these things. People recommend these books. I'm just like, fuck, when do I have the fucking time? God damn it. Oh, it's worse. If you can see Craster's Keep from the wall, you should be able to see the wall from Craster's Keep. Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, I guess there's trees around, trees blocking everything. But Craster could climb to the top of a tree and see it.
Yeah.
But it's true. I mean, 30 miles. I have to. Oh my God.
I had an experiment recently when I was 15 miles from Manhattan. I could see a lot of the tall buildings like One World Trade Center, Empire, like State, a couple like and like 6 or 7 other ones from like 15 miles away. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, isn't it weird that Ned doesn't have any wards at Winterfell for his children? Just one, just just Theon. But it is true that like why? I mean, the people that he does have are just the children of the people that work there, right? Because we've got Beth Cassell and
Jory or not Jory. Jory Cassell?
Beth I think is the
This is the daughter of Jory.
Roderick. And then we've got Jane Poole, who's there because Van Poole's daughter. I'm trying to think of anybody else. Best point of view from Feast for Crows. I say this a lot, that chapter for chapter, Aeron is hands down the best point of view, because you got to say that like he only has 2 chapters in Feast for Crows, but one of them rocks, and then he only has 1 chapter in The Winds of Winter and it fucking rocks. So that means like 2 out of 3 Aeron chapters, 2/3 of Aeron's chapters are fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Like,
Aeron over Jaime, really?
Well, there's a lot of filler. There's a lot of fillers. The problem, like Cersei has some amazing chapters, but there's so many of just you lose track of them. You're just like,
right.
Which chapter is this?
Right. Like I always say, like Cersei 4 is so fucking rocking, but if you were to ask like what's Cersei 2 and 3 about, you're like, oh, that's her like watching the Tower of the Hand burn and being like an asshole to her family, and you're like, oh right, I forgot about that,
And like there's a little sloppiness too. I was rereading it recently, and like Cersei has like Osney Kettleback try to seduce Marjorie, but later there's a chapter where it seems like she gets the idea to have Marjorie like sleep, like have the lie that Marjorie slept with all these men. But like it was like, oh, but she already set up, like she already was planning the Osney stuff before she had that plan of having like the Blue Bard and stuff. So like the pacing is a little weird too.
Oh, there's all sorts of like weird stuff, like her planning to send like 100 people to the Wall to assassinate Jon Snow. And then what? Like
it just didn't happen.
Just didn't happen. Like what?
Preston has been complaining about this for years. By the way, the assassinate Jon Snow plot he won't let it go.
I mean, because clearly, like John, like he knew that he was gonna have Jon assassinated. He just like fucking didn't know how.
Preston, just say the line. Just say the line. George fucked up. Just say the line.
I mean, look, it's a big book. He's gonna fuck up a lot. Okay.
I love you, but out of your mind. That's the best is Jaime. It also has one of the best lines in the entire series when he talks to Loras. When the sun has set, no candle can replace it. That's got to be one of the most romantic things I've ever read. And the way his whole thing ends in Jaime 7.
No, I mean, I think there's a lot of greatness to Jaime, but like, are you excited about like him talking about random knights asking about their sigils, House Hogg?
Fuck yeah.
And then
what about Yennefer Longwaters? Are you interested about that?
Right. Him interviewing Yennefer Longwaters, and Yennefer Longwaters talking about his backstory of his house for no fucking reason.
It's coming back up and wins, baby. It's coming back.
He's
up.
Gonna sit the throne. He's gonna sit the throne.
Yeah, him standing vigil for his father for just like ever. I don't know, like him talking to Bonifer Hasty. And the
confessing to who's the
Lancel, or like him worrying about Pretty Pia, and like worrying about who's fucking, like he spends a lot of time worrying about who's fucking Pretty Pia. Like that's just like,
can you make the sound Ilan Payne makes when he tries to laugh? What's that?
I love the Olympian scenes. I do love the Olympian.
Yeah. There's like that's the thing.
And I
there's
like the
good stuff
Blackfish
in
is
there.
incredible. Like the Blackfish thing is incredible.
Blackfish is good.
Yeah.
The Gemma scene where he's talking
I
to
love
Gemma
Gemma.
about
Oh, come on,
Gemma's
dude.
scene
I'm
is good.
telling
Right.
you.
I love him talking to Gemma. But for every one of that, there's also like him talking to his cousin with the beard, and he's whatever. About
I kind of like the Harrenhal where he thinks he wants revenge and then he gets it and he's like, throw this in the lake. Like I just feel kind of disgusted. Oh, the scene with the Red Ronin.
That's a good one. Yeah,
Whacks him over the
wax him.
Fuck that guy.
What did I say, Jamie?
It's so
Look,
good.
there's a
That's-
lot of fucking
it's-
greatness in the Jamie,
It's
but
I will say it's slow to start because when he's in King's Landing, there's nothing for him to do.
yeah, I mean, some people really love the fucking Gatehouse Amy, like getting made fun of, like her mom, like just being like it's hanged, and stuff like that. Like you hang a you don't a tapestry is hung, and like some people love that, but I do think that it doesn't get going until he leaves King's Landing, and there is some filler, but there's some great.
One of my favorite lines in the entire series is a Jamie line where he's talking about that like the King's Guard was better in those days or something. And it's like, or was it that I was 15? And I was like,
Yeah.
oh, that's
There's some
good.
great
Like,
lines.
that's
There's some
good.
great lines.
The nostalgia that just like, yeah, people are so quick to do that. Like, oh, things were so much better. And it's like, no, like I was a fucking child.
But here's the thing though because I often say now in retrospect that the tightest story from beginning to end is the Brienne story, like how it's structured and everything. It certainly doesn't have as many awesome moments as the Jamie or fucking clever lines. Because you find out that Jamie is more clever than Tyrion, which I think is great. But it's a better structured story when it comes to what you're doing with the character and the character growth and where you're going with it than Jamie, which Jamie is just meandering. It's him being awesome and meandering.
Yeah.
So,
I will admit, I do need to go back and reread Brienne, and the reason why is because I don't talk about your videos often, but after watching your Brienne video, Brienne, Gender, and the Squishers, I'm sure I would look at the chapters very differently and probably in the better light. So that's a compliment to you and what you did with that.
It's also Nimble Dick, man. Nimble Dick's so great.
Yeah, exactly.
Trey's tweet, oh no, Nimble Dick.
Nimble Dick. That's like blown up. People are using that now as a meme. It's funny.
You better not kill off Nimble Dick in the fanfic. He's already dead. Fuck you, George. You killed off Nimble Dick.
Nimble Dick.
Okay, just stalked Trey's Twitter, and his bio said Q level celebrity, and I laughed way too hard at that and with share.
It's a warning joke. It was originally Z grade, but it's been slowly creeping up with milestones.
Creeping up to Q.
Yeah.
Renly wanted to usurp the Lannister foremost. The fact that Loras wanted it also, talking about it in Game of Thrones. I mean, this is the big mystery of like what the Renly plan was. Like we don't really understand what's going on with that. The Renly plan doesn't really make much sense. The best thing that you can come up with is either in A Clash of Kings, he is a really good actor and he knew about the incest the whole fucking time, and he was acting accordingly, knowing that it was coming. That makes the most sense, but at the same time, like, he's very convincing that he doesn't know what's going on in A Clash of Kings. But it makes the most sense that he knows about the incest and that he is acting accordingly. Though I think that's fan headcanon to make it make sense. I think George was seeding something with Renly and it didn't fucking work out, and he just went with it. But if we're going with lore, if we're going with like he didn't know about the incest, then it seems he was just doing it all for his boyfriend, and that he was trying to get his boyfriend's sister to be queen, and really thought that like they could divorce Cersei and disinherit the children somehow retroactively divorce, because right, you can Henry VIII, right? Like some of the English kings like retroactively annulled marriages to make children bastards and stuff. So
Yeah.
you could retroactively annul and make them bastards. But yeah, that kind of stuff. But yeah, it does seem to just be he was trying to impress his 18-year-old boy, 17-year-old boyfriend, 17. All for a 17-year-old boyfriend.
Can't relate.
Can you comment on what happened with Yoyston? Can Carmine comment since it's his friend? I mean, I don't know how much there is to say about it.
Yeah.
I think somebody overreacted about Twitter tweets, and
Do you mind if I give a quick comment?
Sure.
Is that all right? I'm disappointed in my man. I expected a bit more maturity from that situation. Because on one hand, like I've known him for years, and I know him well enough to know that he is very neutral in his politics. Even when we've recorded over the last 8 years, he's always like hit me up privately. He's like, "Hey man, could you delete that part? I don't want to be too divisive." So. I've told this to Preston. Preston's not buying it. He's not doing like a mask off type of thing. He's not being two-faced. He's super neutral. But on the other hand, look, we're grown-ass adults with hair on our chin and balls. This could have been done privately and quietly. Like, it did not need to be like a high school girl affair. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, just weird. Like I think people overreact to what they see on Twitter. They think Twitter is the real world, and it's not. It's
This is what I've been telling Trey the entire time. Trey, these people do not believe that this green man is a centaur. The real people in the real world firmly believe that it's a guy with a helmet. I'm telling you. But Trey, had to go in on that guy.
Just say it. You don't understand. You don't understand George as a writer. Like that's all I could say to somebody like that. Like you just legitimately don't understand what type of writer he is.
That's the biggest insult you could do to any Ice and Fire fan. You don't understand George. Ooh.
You think he's Tolkien, like that. You think he's Tolkien, and he's not. That's what you say to that, because Tolkien would have, Sauron actually is the Dark Lord. Like he actually is an ultimate evil that cannot be negotiated with. Okay. He's Satan.
You know what?
He's Satan, I guess.
That is so true. You're right. How people, they really want George to be Tolkien. They really do.
Yeah.
Huh.
They want it to be simple. They want it to be as much as they say that George, he's gray. He writes morally gray and all this stuff. He makes it more nuanced and stuff. They really do want it to be simple in the end.
Nuance in my fantasy? Please stop it.
I mean, I guess it's some sort of comforting thing, or their brain is the thing is their brain is thinking that it's going one direction, right? And George is a master of subversion. But unless George does the subversion, they think that anyone else tells them that it's not going where they think it's going. They think they're being called stupid or something, They're like,
yeah,
how dare you? And you're like, well, you got to remember, man, he's like, the guy's trying to trick you. The guy's trying to trick you.
Like that's George's entire career. Like fever dream, twist ending here. Vampires are not actually vampires. They're actually like a relic human subspecies or something. And then, you thought there was gonna be a giant epic battle.
Nope.
No, it didn't happen.
Armageddon rag. There's a big end of the world, hellscape doomsday thing happening. Nope, it's a concert with the ghost of Janis Joplin and Jimi Hendrix playing on stage.
Like it is his thing 100. Pear-Shaped Man. Pear-Shaped Man, like they're kind of like, oh, she's overreacting. The Pear-Shaped Man is just a guy. And it's like, no, he actually was an evil supernatural being that is terrifying. Like there's all these, like, it's like you don't, like, George's whole thing is subverting your expectations. That is like his main thing as a writer, is that he subverts expectations. Like that's his strength.
Yeah.
For you to
I'm even thinking about like how Dunk and Egg is structured as a story, you know, and how like Dunk says the whole story, like he's just like, I'm gonna make it as the story is set up, like I'm gonna make it in the tourney, and you're thinking the whole thing is like, oh, Dunk is gonna. This is a story about a kid that's gonna try to make it an attorney, and he's gonna like win.
Yeah, he's gonna be strength. He's gonna win the tourney and be
and
the
it's
hero.
like, actually, that's not the story at all. You're gonna be fucking accused of touching a prince, and then you're gonna like,
you don't even see a fucking tourney. You barely get to see it. Like, yeah,
right,
exactly.
Yeah. And then in the end, like, is he gonna win in the end? Well, yeah, he's kind of win, and but like some random people are gonna die, and you know, it's like
that actually happens in Sworn Sword too. You think he's gonna come out on top, but really,
right? You think he's gonna get the girl in the end? You know?
Yeah.
You think he's gonna get the girl in the end? You know what happens? She marries the old guy. Like
exactly right. Like it's just
right.
Like,
but it's almost
on
like
that note, Preston, how upset are you going to be when R+L=J actually comes out? Because you know that's coming. You're going to be very disappointed.
No, it's never coming. Like, that's the thing.
Wow,
it's never fucking coming. There's a subversion of expectations. You think the fucking Winds of Winter is coming out? Subverted.
I have fucking faith. Where's that guy with the AI program? Add it to the fucking list. I have faith.
Oh God.
So somebody. Oh, by the way, speaking of AI. Somebody made the greatest analogy about AI that I think is very brilliant. And that is, you know, Let's Plays, like the huge thing on YouTube and everything, where you watch people play video games. Imagine you were watching a Let's Play, but it's now the computer moving Mario. Would that be entertaining at all?
It's even less like it's already not that entertaining. And it's
right, but
less entertaining.
Right. But now you're reading a poem that you know was not made by a person, or you're reading a story that was not made by a person. Like,
it has no deeper meaning.
It has no meaning at all. Right?
No meaning.
No context or meaning.
It has less meaning than if a human being wrote it, even a bad human being.
I mean, you can take a random phrase like "I love you," right? You see "I love you" written on a wall, it has no meaning. But if somebody important tells that to you, it's epic. Because it's all about what's on the other end. That's the thing. It's all about what's on the other end. This is why AI will never take over. Now, the thing is whether you get to the point where it's so indistinguishable, somebody can trick you and be like, oh, it's actually
the video I sent you.
Yeah.
That's the video I sent you and Trey on Facebook the other day. That video of the anime about the wizard going to the kid. That was insane. That's Sora 2. Imagine Sora 3.
The thing with that is that it's incredibly like that anime. The anime is nothing unique. Like nothing about that anime is unique. It's a very standard stock anime. So I think like it can only make what like the conglomeration of what the norm or whatever. It cannot like innovate. Is the thing. It can't create something new, because that thing was just kind of like it looks like any anime I've seen. Right, like it looks like any anime. Looks like something that would be thrown on Crunchyroll, and I would. What is this? Yeah. The problem with
what they're doing with AI.
People are gonna use this to frame us for crimes that we didn't do.
True.
They're gonna use this to start World War III by having AI Trump like argue with Iran or something. Like, there's no good. There's no good that can come out of this. Like, I don't see any amount of good.
Watch it later and get to the Albert Einstein one. It's fucking hilarious. Like this is what AI is for. It's fucking hilarious clips of Hitler being pulled over, and Albert Einstein being pulled over.
But I can't find, like, that's the problem with it. I can't find happiness in it because I just know that this is going to be used for evil.
Look, right. Here's the thing. AI right now, it's not being used by anything. The only thing it is like the novelty of, oh my God, I can't believe they can do this. What does it mean for society? That question is intriguing at the moment, but like once it gets to the point where it can do something, you just lose interest immediately. You just be like, yeah. I mean, yeah, it'll make every video is AI. Like, can't trust it. Every video is fake. But it's useless for entertainment.
It's awful. It's awful for information and truth. Like, I think it is like a horrific thing for truth, like in general. Like, everybody sees a video now and you have to debate, is this real? Is this a fake thing I'm seeing? More than we already had to with like Photoshop and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's sad. It's sad. And everybody's going to be generating their own evidence and stuff.
True.
It's not good.
True.
Yeah.
I can't figure out Littlefinger. He embezzles money from the west, hoards food from the east, controls large lake in the Riverlands, and has plans to take the north. Endgame. I mean, I think that he doesn't really have any plans for the north. I think he announced that plan at the end of A Feast for Crows, which means he's not doing it. Like, this is what we're talking about with George. I mean, I think that in the end, I suppose you can get in this idea that he just wants to, he's insecure about Kat. He was in love with Kat. He sees Sansa as a stand-in for Kat.
We need that hermit's cave to come back. That weird hermit. Remember this? Yeah. That he must have told him something.
Yeah, the hermit in the Fingers.
Yeah, where he's like, this hermit, my father took me to talk to this hermit that could tell you prophecies or something like that. It seems like
it could be that he's into prophecy. His name is Baelish instead of Bael the Bard, and he could be into some sort of redheaded person that is gonna like save the world and have special genes or something. I mean, he might be really into Jenny of Oldstones, some sort of legend or something. It could be something like that, but it's I do kind of realize though that anytime you can't get a story to work, you make prophecy the answer, and I'm like,
oh man,
why is that person acting so irrationally? Prophecy. He's trying to fulfill a prophecy. Fuck. Farther inland, a dozen families lived. Though only the oldest seemed to know him. There was a hermit's cave on his land as well, but no hermit. He's dead now, but when I was a boy, my father took me to see him. The man had not washed in 40 years, so you can imagine how he smelled. But supposedly, he had the gift of prophecy. He groped me a bit and said I would be a great man, and for that, my father gave him a skin of wine. Peter snorted. I would have told him the same thing for half a cup.
No, maybe not. You're right. He's phrasing that sounds like he was not convinced at all.
Wait a minute. It's coming to me. The hermit was Bloodraven. Oh shit, this is a great theory. Hold on one second. Let me just write this down.
Are you making fun of me with that? Are you making fun of me with us reading those leaks, those quote unquote leaks? And I was like, what if they make the baby that Aemon has with Alice Rivers?
I told Preston about Biffle Big Storm. He did not crack a fucking smile. He did not give a fuck. He did not find it funny. He found it offensive.
It sounds like shit.
It sounds like absolute shit. Yeah.
Preston,
you want to tell him what we did? Because I'm embarrassed.
Carmine was whipping out these leaks at me.
And
as we were reading the leaks, I was just getting more. I was like, this isn't real. This is so bad that I just refuse to believe this is real. How do you fuck up this much? There were things that were in there that did sound like stuff they would do. They had a whole bunch. They had prophecy shit, and I was like, ugh. And them talking to what's her name, Helena and Alice Rivers having like conversations about prophecies. Like I was like, that sounds like it, but there was a whole bunch of other stuff that it was like, this is awful. Like Biffo Big Storm and
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I
that
told
there's
Preston
like
the one thing that sounds legit would be like Alice Rivers telling Hugh Hammer about the when once the
Yes.
hammer, a new king will be crowned once the hammer strikes down the dragon.
yeah, that's
That
where
sounds
the
And
legit
legitimate.
like
comes from her.
that sounds like it would be legitimate. And then apparently a Stormlander Septon named Biffo Big Storm leading an army of peasants to King's Landing to take down the Targaryen regime. And
they're
like it being
like-
this whole stupid.
They're at like
It's
they're
dumb.
they're on like the walls, like they're protesting outside the walls or something like that, and then it's so stupid. I was like, I hope this isn't true because it makes no sense.
Well,
It
I
was
mean,
awful.
anyone that tries to convince you, I mean, this is like lies and utter lies, right? Like, you know,
Right.
they try to convince you the truth by mixing in something that's like sounds legitimate and real. So
Yeah.
so maybe, I mean, because yeah, the Alice Rivers telling you about the fucking prophecy that's in Fire and Blood. That's what
Totally
was it the
consider-
only? I think it's the only prophecy in Fire and Blood. Is that one?
Yes, and in Fire and Blood they don't say where it came from. They say it just came from somebody at the camp or something. So like
Right.
having it be Alice Rivers, like sure,
Totally
why
makes
not?
sense.
Why not?
Totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do wonder, you know. Yeah, I wonder if she's gonna. Yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting to see if she starts fucking Aemon.
Oh, and they had like a whole, there was a lot of lesbian stuff in the leaks. There was like 3 separate lesbian scenes and characters. Like they made like Avatha Frey, like oh shoot, did I click out? Oh man, I think they lost me.
So there's
Yeah, I'm still here.
as many as you're here. As many laves. You're here. We didn't lose you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you lost me. Yeah, they had like they had several they had like 4 different lesbian characters. Like they had Sabbatha Frey or something like that. The old lady at the end of season two. Like she's lesbian apparently.
Oh right. Right, because I think they're already saying that Jane Aaron is a lesbian, right?
Yeah.
And so Sabbatha. Oh, because she's a warrior, right?
Wasn't she an old lady last season though? Wasn't there like an old lady, the twins, and her husband?
Oh, is that supposed to be her? I mean, I remember that woman.
I don't know. I don't know. Like first of all, the leaks read like it was somebody taking Fire and Blood and turning it into like and following it way too closely. Like it was like they would not have like I don't know if they would have Sabbatha Frey and these minor characters from like the Vale be all in like all the council. Like it was a bit too much. I was like, this is very clearly somebody going through and like, yeah, they would cast all these people, and it's like I don't think they would.
Well, it says that Sabbatha Frey has been cast.
Okay, and it's not that old lady. Maybe I'm mixing her up. Maybe there's multiple.
Hold on. It says she's being played by Sarah Woodward. Sarah Woodward is 62. So
Okay.
yeah,
Maybe it is that lady.
She's kind of.
It's just like, first of all, they had like problems with like lesbian scenes last.
But
season,
you are
right?
talking. This is she was in season 2 as Sabbatha Frey.
Yeah. Okay, that's the leaks were like yes, we're having a lesbian scene at Harrenhal or something, and like what else do they have? It was, and they had Lady Jane Eyre lesbian scene, and then they're like Emma Darcy like lesbian scene with I think the White Worm and stuff. It was like I was like, would they have this many lesbian scenes? You know, like.
You're like, maybe.
Like it was to the point where there was no straight sex scenes in the leaks. Like it was all lesbian sex scenes. It was like they would balance it off, right? They would balance it out or have male sex scene or something like that. It was a little off to me.
Oh, that it's all lesbians.
It was all lesbian, like in the leaks. Like it was all yes, they had Lady Jane Eyre and Jess Redford. Yeah. And Sabbatha Frey and Rhaenyra. Like it had all that. And I'm like, that's too heavy. You know, I see them doing one
I mean,
relationship.
it's true that, okay, season 1, they had one same-sex coupling that was male-male. They had flirtation from Alicent and Rhaenyra. And then season 2, we get Rhaenyra and Mysaria, right?
Yeah.
And then, Carmine's back. And then,
Sorry about that. I got disconnected. Can you hear me?
I'm trying to think of anybody else. So
You're with me.
oh yeah,
Carmine,
and then
that the
Jane
leaks are-
Aaron is there, but
Can you hear me, Trey?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Yeah, are you really complaining about the lack of straight sex
No,
scenes? Come on.
I'm just
Come
no.
on.
I'm just saying the leaks. What I was suspicious about with the leaks that it was so
they were
lesbian
dumb.
heavy. I just would not see a producer doing that. You know, especially with like the weird controversy that they had last season with Arabic countries or something, right?
Be real
That,
with
like,
me.
were,
But
like, up in
between us
arms.
girls, let's be real here. We need one between like Alicent and Rhaenyra. That's got to come to a head. That's been like it needs to happen. It needs to.
The actors would be into it. Like
yeah.
they talk about that behind the scenes all the time. They act like gal pals or whatever.
Mhm.
So yeah. It's like I don't know, like what producer would be like, I need 60-something-year-old like Sabbatha Frey lesbian sex scene. Like what? Like who's
It would be very
asking for that?
progressive. It would be
It's
very
very
progressive.
progressive.
Like, let's
Like,
go.
it's very
First of all,
progressive, but, like-
everyone knows that on film, every lesbian couple is lipstick lesbians. Like the population of
Yes.
lipstick lesbians in life versus what's represented in movies is so disproportionate, right?
Right.
Yeah. So
Oh my gosh.
Look,
So
look,
it was
look.
the leaks were weird for so many reasons. Like there was nothing with like there were all these like plot lines that just were not brought back again. Like the pirate like like
right.
that thing
Well, you
with,
need to have the pirate.
yeah, and that never mentioned. That character just like poofed out of existence. Guess like they didn't want to bring that actor back. Like it's so weird. There were so many weird things, and then Biffo Big Storm or whatever. Like, fuck off.
Trey,
Like
Trey lost
maybe
it
it's
that
like
way.
Blue Harvest. Maybe it's like Blue Harvest where it's like a
It's
fake
gotta
name.
be. It's gotta be. All right, gentlemen.
what?
This is like the
Yeah,
longest
yeah.
stream I've ever done.
Sorry,
4 hours,
sorry,
26
yeah.
minutes.
It's
I
on
gotta
me.
get to bed. But
me
thank
too.
you for joining me, Carmine. Thank you for joining me, Trey. And I will see you guys next time.